So rather than get hung up on likely accidents, let's just go ahead and get into it here. So, $15 for the roleplay question. Let's go ahead and see here. 15, what does it mean? I've already rolled that one before. You know what? That one's fair, because that one can change situations or change answer based on the session. So that one works. $71. All right, so we'll start with Angel then.
Okay.
How does Angel feel about the party's current objective?
Uncertain and frustrated because there's so many other things going.
Fair enough. How does Violet feel about the party's current objective?
Same. They're all kind of in, even Blue is in a state of worried about it, but we'll see what happens.
I figured Violet would have a little bit more complicated feelings given that she is doing this also for the sake of her sister.
Well, the current objective is to do the hags, right? But the problem is with Angel right now that there's the war. There's an overarching story. Right now, most of them are actually focused more of the overarching situation. Even though there's a current situation. Most of them are always thinking like miles ahead, which is usually how most of the characters work. Even though this is a first for Violet, I'm gonna be honest. Violet would go with the first for me, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, benefit even from just kind of this absolutely kind of side quest dive is a couple of characters have gained some expanded options for what may be army utilization when that becomes a necessary element in the story. And the full quest hasn't even finished yet, so there's benefits to doing things like this. You guys aren't just going off the beaten path for the fuck of it. So, which to be fair, if you guys chose to do that, I would still tell whatever story came out of it. And if the answer is similar for Blue, that is fine. I think Amber is indisposed and unable to answer at the moment, so we'll go ahead and move that on to Venestra. How does Venestra feel about the group's current objective?
Venestra said, "She feels good about it after all. It helps prevent some villainous hag doing more evil and keeps a party member safe."
Absolutely. All right. And again, I think Amber is indisposed at least a little at the moment with cleaning up. Brick is now idle. Which means with that, yeah, I'm assuming it was entirely accidental. So we'll go ahead and move on to recaps then. Again, to the best of your ability, what do you recall about last session?
Angel basically showed up and helped out a little bit on this thing. We brought people back to life. We moved on to another town. And the people fought combat things. I got like 2 seconds of combat. You have to refresh me more than that, DM. My brain is fried.
It wasn't really combat. You guys chose to, along with Venestra, literally fly into the storm to try and basically cast...
Venestra said, I posted my big recap.
Yeah, control weather from the center of it, found a number of sort of unbound spirits from within the center of it. And let me see here. Within that, I'll go ahead and go over Venestra's recap here to go ahead and help jog your memory. So, initial end of it, Venestra dove into the ocean surrounding the Stone Giant Island, put a skeleton rest, and found a magical item hook. No curses on it, has potential to grow. Day 2, pulled up alongside a trading vessel, doppelganger impersonating a tabaxi named Seven. Full name Seven of Shu. Angel exposed them, tried to force them to change their species. Not really tried to force, tried to incentivize. Through a spell. Set Nick and made Venestra disgusted and angered as such. Doppelganger did not wish to change their race and were happy. Venestra did give the doppelganger a traveler's word before leaving.
The word was not happy, Venestra. The word was contented as what he was, considering what he fought to live for.
Mm-hmm. Massive soulstorm hurricane interrupted travels as Angel and V flew out to initially investigate and calm the storm. Avery did join after Venestra flew to the bottom of the ocean of the storm, which found an ancient facility to put souls to rest and give them new life in a sense. Gained a lot of memories, helped remnant souls get put to rest by killing the evil skag who had killed them, all with Avery and Angel's help. The 3 did gain a unique one-time use ability and then made their way back to the ship. Venestra and Amira will add the soul in their memories they put to rest in a tomb mausoleum in the pocket dimension. Venestra does have things to discuss with Angel after what happened on the second day. And as such as well, if I can find the right notes page, I can go over some more specifics from what you found as well. Yeah. The skag whom you all had effectively gone to put down at the behest of those spirits was under the name of Javier Anderson. Was the administrator and, it seems, large-scale murderer of the inhabitants of Outpost Tau 7. Now, with that reminder, any specifics that you can recall, Angel, that you would like to bring up for the recap?
You know, really is struggling a lot right now, considering she knows what these people have been through, and she knows that Venestra doesn't know as much about Enniver as she knows about this world. And the assumptions that are made between her and Nicodemus, and the assumptions that were made from Nicodemus, specifically from his prejudice against this creature,
Yeah, which in most situations it is justified. The major difference here for the doppelganger is it's from Enniver and learned, oh, fuck, I've got better things to do.
The problem is for her, she's frustrated with Venestra because Venestra doesn't understand this world and what's going on in it. And she can feel it. She can feel that she can grasp the concept of what's going on. There's always going to be stuff going on. And I think that's what Venestra thinks, and then that's what Angel thinks Venestra thinks. And then the concept of what Angel's actually going through right now, her children are possibly going to die through war. She knows what war means. She knows that death is in war. She understands that death is a natural part of life. But the problem is that in her experience of her life, there's been so much death that didn't make sense or that shouldn't have happened. So for her, watching a creature that shouldn't have had the life it did be persecuted in a different world frustrates her. There are still cities above ground where she goes and they're like, oh, we don't trust people from under the ground. And good to know. So when you fall down a hole, I don't have to save your life, right?
Essentially, yes.
And that's the whole problem with the Angel's having with Venestra right now. It's she doesn't understand what Angel understands. The big picture that she understands. And for her with Nicodemus, the problem she's having right now is after she's been persecuted for being what she is, and she doesn't get mad at people for persecuting her. She just thinks, how small-minded do you have to be to persecute someone like that? And while some people think it's an abomination what that guy did, I mean, it's not necessarily a yes or no situation.
Right.
And that's the issue that Angel's having with it. If I verbalize it with her, it's going to sound a lot angrier. I'm not in the mood right now to hit that peak. But she is right now dealing with the fact that there are still prejudices that even her partner has. And the fact that she keeps thinking that she wanted to change this guy's life. It wasn't changing that guy's life. Changing his aspect and what he was to a changeling, an actual changeling, could have given him more stability in this world. But because he had had so many experiences in the form he was already in, he wasn't going to leave it because he was over 400 to 500 years old. He shouldn't have lived that long. He was an anomaly. And for Angel, that's an amazing thing. She finds that amazing. And while she was pushy with him, she was like, are you sure? Because if you make this decision, it could really screw you up here. I don't want you to get persecuted by somebody else. And I think that's where Venestra doesn't understand Angel. Angel thinks about how they're treated outside of her. And knowing what he went through, knowing that he probably walked hungry for days, and some portal opened up and he ended up here by mistake. Like, those are the things that Angel's feeling. Angel's feeling, one, frustrated with everything. The fact that they went down in that cave and those lives, you didn't tell me what happened if we managed the revival, because this is technically a war or a fight. She wants to know if she can revive people during a fight. The thing for Angel is war fighting or war revival is not something she's been able to do.
Yeah, that'll be something that'll come with the levels. One epic level spell that you will eventually gain access to are things like Mass Revivify, Mass Resurrection. And as it applies to when we get to the war scale, I'll be able to apply that to minion groups rather than individual characters.
This would have been her stepping into it, her trusting Nicodemus and then being able to do it as a god.
Right. And this is you and Nick kind of understanding that that is within your breadth, that you're still going to have to do some work to achieve
You did
that
not
stability.
clarify that last episode. Did you not clarify that last episode? So that was where we ended. Where we ended was you were like, we ended in a calm note, which was fine. But I also did not understand the ending. So the frustration for her is now going to be, I can't achieve a level. So I can't achieve where I want to get to. So how do we get there? So you're just there's a lot of roadblocks right now for my character, and it's just it's starting to piss her off. There's too many agitations, and she's also pregnant, which is not making it any easier. So, like, I'm letting you know, half the time she's in a constant state of rage, that character right now, considering... Let me put it to you this way. I don't understand how to tell Venestra, and this is what I...
Yeah, I'm going to go on BRB. I lost my train of thought. Sorry for that extended BRB. Let's get into it. I think I had everybody short of Amber answer their RP questions, so we're good there. Now, where did we leave off? Did we kind of end the night and kind of move into the next day? Where kind of were we? Also, as I lose track of where the fuck I put... I think we ended the day. I think. Yep. Yeah, session 99 begins with sunrise on the 25th. Okay. So. With that in mind, then, with the early morning hours of the storm subsiding, the ship kind of sitting just outside of that maelstrom, and that maelstrom slowly kind of fizzling away, though its entryway still, for the most part, accessible at the moment. I believe that leaves, at least currently present and available, Angel, Violet, and Venestra active and conscious and present. To handle whatever that morning brings with it.
Venestra said, I am not sure if the others are here, Joe.
Okay, let's go back on BRB for a sec and see if we can collect them. All right, cool. So then, let's get into it. Megan, did you catch the description of the intro, or were you away from your phone for a sec?
No, go ahead. Say it again for me.
Okay. All right. So it is again just short of the aftermath of the storm. 4 a.m. now stretching into 5 a.m. sunrise, starting into the day of the 25th. In the aftermath of everything that had just gone down. Angel, you are still present. As of Venestra, neither of you have really had much of a chance to get down and rest as the new day crests open. The maelstrom is starting to subside, and the entryway down into Tau 7 is beginning to seal off, but it is still accessible probably for a short bit of time should you choose to venture down. But otherwise, the events of the previous day have been in large part, or I should say, the very early and very sudden and very dangerous morning have been in large part settled.
I'm gonna let you know that Angels and Violet's like enjoying the time with her sister, but Angel's in a pissy mood at the moment, considering they didn't do what they wanted to. The shoulder in the heaven, but it's frustrating her that they couldn't come to.
She would understand kind of from where she's at. She was afforded a greater scale of power while in that heaven and while sort of training. But to an extent, there is still a difference in training the physical living body and the experiences that it carries with it and what you were doing with Aesir.
It's not that, it's overcoming what she couldn't. Like, the problem is the reason that she wants to be able to do that because it was one thing that Amora couldn't.
Right. Which you would also know that that is within the breadth of your capabilities insofar as something you will become capable of. You know that as far as what your powers will allow, they will allow that. You know that to be objectively true.
The problem is Joe as a person that she doesn't know that she'll be allowed to do it. There's a difference. There's a difference between having the will withal to do it and knowing that you can. I'm not going to say that she knows that, considering what she's failed at and what she's lost.
Plus, wouldn't that be metagaming?
Yeah, that's kind of a metagame situation, Joe. The character's not going to have the resolution she wants right away.
Fair enough. In which case, then, it is plainly an understanding of that is not something currently within your capability, and you would know, at least, even for divines, the limitation of being able to resurrect people beyond that 2-century limit is an exception, not within bounds of the rule. And it is not a commonly exercised exception. With that, it's sort of a part of the laws and balances of the afterlife and the mortal realm.
Which I don't know.
No, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
No,
there is a point. Go ahead.
No. I'm letting you know, the frustration that she has is she's able to give birth on the battlefield. She's able to do the battlefield birth, which is the thing that Amora could not do.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is not being able to save something that's that old. She was also planning on using the magic that was around that space. It was keeping it open the way it was. In order to basically do the magic itself, because it shouldn't have existed. The fact that they were making everything cold where they were going, and the fact that they were affecting the millions of miles around them, shouldn't have happened. So she wasn't just counting on her own magic, she was planning on using the magic in the space. So if right now she's flustered as all get out right now.
There's a brief window of time still left where you can try to attempt something if you'd like, of course.
You told me that the magic had dissipated. There's no point in it anymore. The magic is gone. There's no reason in trying it. There's no energy left. There's nothing to power it. Can't heal the aura. She's not going to try to pull on it because that's what Amora did, and it broke her own body. That's the difference between her and Amora. So here's what's there. Amora will try to make something out of nothing. Angel will try to make something out of what she's got.
So what you're saying is Amora tries to defy the laws of physics. Meanwhile, Angel's like, no, we gotta work within it or it's gonna break.
I know that there's some leeway there. There's like a happy little bit of leeway. It's tiny little.
A little bit.
is a little tiny bit Louis.
But
You gotta work within the leeway. You already told me that the magic had dissipated, the spell had dissipated, the storm itself had dissipated. There's nothing left for her to use.
Yeah, the presence of those souls in that undeath here was not via the presence of a spell or
No, I get that. But the anger and the emotion is what she was planning on. What the love goddess worked on beforehand was complete emotion. It was raw emotion. That's why soul singing worked. It was ages and ages of compounded emotion. Love can turn that emotion. The problem is that she's trying to do something that's in her reach, but she doesn't know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And she was hoping that with Nick's help, because he's got more of the god powers right now than she does, and she doesn't know why, is if she has him, that they together can figure this out, because she can't do it on her own. She's not like Amora, who's willing to break her body. She's not willing to do that. She'll break her body for things that are useful because she knows she can heal it. She knows her limitations. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Amora didn't believe she had limitations. And when she found them, it devastated her. Which is the difference between Angel and Amora. Angel believes anything is possible within reason. But, you do you, boo. So right now she's absolutely furious. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you.
Yeah. I suppose she's not quite at a state where she really has divine awareness of where her reach is and where her limits are.
She knows what they should be able to do by reading what God did in the other world. It's also trying to test that limitation.
Yeah.
The creationism is not creationism of things that she didn't have. She did have their bodies. She had the ability. Their bodies were in sustainable ability and within age range to heal them. Their souls, on the other hand, were not. That was what the confusion was. I'm confused as a character, as a person, how bodies that were concept and sustained in condition inside of their containers could not take their souls back.
Right.
That was the confusion.
Yeah, that limitation on resurrection isn't so much about like the physical health of the body at that point.
Why not?
A body could be perfectly preserved and perfectly mummified or whatever else. Any attempt
Vinestra said, "It's the tether to the body."
Right.
They were tethered. They were tethered above the body at that point. They didn't want to leave the body at that point.
How better to explain this?
That's the issue. The goddess burgeoning is happening right now. She's also trying to open up that heaven. She's trying to at least seed it. And
Right,
she
which
has
to an
the
extent
will to do that.
you have granted passage for those souls.
Passage, but not seeding. Not setting it in the heaven. She needs to be able to do that. She knows that needs to be in play before the war starts.
Yeah, if you want to, I'd say at this early cresting sunrise hour, try and sort of glean an understanding as to why sort of the age of these bodies was still kind of at play with the souls even in such close proximity to them as far as their inability to be resurrected. Go ahead and roll me a religion check.
I'm letting you know right now, if anything, she's sitting in her room. Nicodemus has been kicked out of the bedroom. Almost permanently right now, considering his prejudice.
Which he accepts. He understands what he said was not exactly kosher with how Angel treats that situation. And it's based on his own prejudices, which he learned through some fairly rough periods in his own life.
She gets the prejudice. She understands it. People looked at her because she was a gnome and she didn't look like the other gnomes. You don't fit in. No, of course not. Race completely. $28.
28, yeah. It is very much about the souls tethered to the body, which is not about proximity. That's not how it's defined. And it's not really how it's dictated. Even, like, say, for example, for a lich who's been alive for a few thousand years in that state of undeath, that would mean that at that stage, resurrecting him to proper life would also not be possible at that stage.
I'm letting you know, anybody who walks past her door, all they can hear are knives hitting the wall on repeat.
There is fundamentally sort of a difference in the way almost to the essence of the soul reacts in sort of a tether of life, which in the brief sort of divine awareness that you did have in Aesir's realm compared to now and kind of trying to reconcile and compare them, there is something of, it seems like a limitation or an expiration date, quote unquote, on how long life essence technically exists before it just becomes what's left of soul essence, which is still the echo and the reminder of life. But that leaves the options of passage finally into an afterlife, or passage into the ether, or passage into oblivion, or the various other pathways that constitute afterlife.
In her afterlife, as far as that's concerned, what the experience here's the issue with the experiences that she's had. It's not how it's worked. The gods themselves, as far as themselves, and Amora, as far as herself, reaches into her body and nearly kills her. It's because the body was incompatible. Now, for her, the realization is, I can't fix this. And there are tons of healthy bodies down there. There are floating souls all over the space.
Those bodies are not healthy.
You described them as healthy.
No.
Yeah, there we go.
As I explicitly described last session, they were desiccated, though they were preserved in as well as any sort of mummification normally would be, as it was also displayed very clearly on what was effectively their sarcophagi at that point. Life support had failed long ago. The bodies had not decayed into dust due to still what was left of the function of those machines, but they were not healthy, continued corpses.
You know that means that they were just floating oogoos, right? That's what that means.
They also had not degraded into... It was like dry desiccation in line with normal mummification.
That was not how it was described. I kept thinking... You described containers, and containers means there's no way to get in.
Usually, yes, but
there would have had to been liquid, and you described liquid keeping them alive.
Yes, and then they had become...
That's where the confusion is.
All right.
You described liquid. Liquid does two things when it's exposed to the body. It either makes it...
Notably, the bodies weren't dissolved and they had been rendered into desiccation. Which that, I would say, warrants exploration as to what the hell that stuff is. and how the fuck it works.
I'm letting you know, the science part, she'll wait till the morning to look at. Right now, she's so pissed off. Violet's gonna go down and figure out what the goo is. Considering Angel's not gonna figure it out. Considering her head is loud.
Fair enough. And again, that was not above board a no specifically to Angel as a character. That was a no to, by and large, these are how these rules work.
I get that, but the problem is that it didn't make sense to the burgeoning goddess why she couldn't, with the bodies there, do it.
Right.
I'm letting you know, Violet goes over to Piper. Violet's gonna go find Piper, because Piper will know what to do with this, considering Piper's a science butt. Piper is back from putting children to sleep. Piper! Piper!
Might have been briefly redirected back to that. If Ember is once again freed, then I'll get into the roleplay question so that she can earn our
Vinistra
inspiration.
said, "Hey Joe, sent you something."
Okay.
I'm letting you know there's a minor interruption because one of her kids has brought her another piece of wood.
Yeah.
I was able to restore the other guy's body, though. One is not many, but that is a thing.
Yeah. Are you saying you guys wanted to take the other guy's body, the dude that was ripped apart by the spirits, or just leave it there?
No, we don't care about that guy. Got ripped apart by the spirits. I'm letting you know, Griffin went to go pick up those remains. We're not dealing with that bullshit.
Yeah.
That Griffin went and collected all of those batteries and things that he was gonna want. I'm letting you know, he found a way in using her brain. She did not broadcast that. That's the issue that she's having right now. I'm letting you know, all y'all can hear is just thuds of wood. It's just like constant.
And I'd say again, with that sort of prior religion check, that was Angel. That's rolling well enough for Angel to understand sort of a fundamental law of magical reality. Stretching that is, well, it's not impossible. It's not easy, not even for gods. And stretching that law in particular will always snap back, just like a rubber band.
With Amora not being able to do stuff, though, Joe, there are latent powers that, like, for her, that are breaking some rules.
Mm-hmm.
Because Amora didn't have them.
Yeah.
Like, she wasn't able to do it at all.
Yeah. which above board, this is not granting Angel this information. This is especially once you sort of settle into a role of divinity, you will have to kind of clearly define where that domain sits, which means you'll have to clearly define what you're capable of doing and what you're not, which means that will also come with granting some abilities that otherwise you wouldn't have, as well as sacrificing some.
I don't think she'd have to sacrifice anything. She kind of stays in her own lane. She doesn't like breaking into other people's lanes. It's not really her jam. Jack of all trades does not mean jack of all I break into it and do it while I want kind of thing. Jack of all trades means I'm gonna try, and if it doesn't work, whatever.
Yeah, Jack of all trades, once you finally reach divinity, does not mean hand in every divine pot. And it never will.
That's right.
But
while you can make deals with gods and make things work for other people, and you're a good like person who basically is like a mid ground.
There's
like,
always a political
probably
landscape of an exchange of favors up in the heavens.
Yeah, that's kind of how she's supposed to act. Like, and that's how Amora was supposed to act as a character.
Yeah.
She was supposed
There's
to
also a lot more no's handed out between gods than there are yeses, because there are still laws of the universe that need obeying.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But Angel is easily enough handed a, piece of driftwood and a few things to just kind of get her mind distracted by her children, because it's bumfuck early in the morning after a stressful encounter.
It's more or less also because they brought all that stuff up from the ground for so they could look at it. The problem that she's having right now is just like, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't for her.
Mm-hmm. It's clashing with the divinity she prefers to worship versus the divinity that she's slowly beginning to embody. Because there are major differences between those two things.
She doesn't think there should be, but there should be limitations on how much she uses it. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't think I should work into this domain. I'll do a favor for someone who I care for. But I'll do a favor by asking the other person to help me out. Because I'm not playing that game.
Mm-hmm.
But this, because Amora should have been able to do it, because that's what her powers were made to do, this is a frustration for her.
Yep, Amber dropped out.
Amber dropped out! Where'd you go? Did your internet die again?
Maybe.
Vinistra said, I hope Brick is okay.
I hope Brick is okay too. I'm excited to hear from him.
He's in the chat and watching, I think, at the moment.
He's back! Oh, he's gone.
He came in muted. He just came in to say he's listening on Switch.
He's indeedy.
Be careful, babe.
Twitch is saying the bitrate is constantly unhealthy with this new internet because it's the same up as it is down because fiber, but as far as I can tell, it's stable. And Amber's back. In black.
Hey, Rick. What? She's like half there and half not.
I said hi.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm still with the fuck. I can't English today.
Did your internet ba-da-da-ba?
Something like that, yeah.
English is for pussies anyway.
You should try one more time, love.
Hold on.
I'm gonna try to figure it out again. It's gonna break and then it's gonna come back. She's gonna look over it.
Once they stop, you learn.
No, that's just sounds. Boo.
She's trying to get it done. She's trying to talk to her husband in the background.
It's all
No,
good.
the nugget has been throwing up all day.
Yeah.
Please tell me,
Maybe I should do-
child, I refer to the nugget.
Yeah, I know who the nugget is.
Okay.
And that makes me want nuggets. I might go ask my grandfather to go.
All right.
What is it?
I never realized until recently all of their nicknames for them are food related.
Food.
Hey, I had to do the obligatory firstborn daughter pumpkin for the first one.
My kid's been
Okay.
throwing up. Now I'm hungry. That makes sense.
I was also thrown up on
Oh, yeah.
ice.
Oh no, that would totally make me go.
I'm, and you know that I
My
have
brain is broke.
that phobia.
Yeah.
So I'm just edging meltdown mode today.
That's
So,
fair. That seems to be a
I'm
few of
just
us,
letting you know,
including myself.
all that Piper can hear, Nicodemus is stuck outside of the door. I'm letting you know, Piper would know that means he's in the shit house.
Emetophobia. Just walk over.
Yeah. Given
It's called
the second connection between you and Nick fully understands why he's in the position he's in and fully accepts it.
I'm confused. I missed something.
Okay, so Angel and Nick weren't able to bring back any of those people.
Okay.
So Angel's having a connect. But she should have been able to. Amora should be able to give life no matter what time period they died in, because that's supposed to be like her godsend, the only thing that she's able to do. And in sparse and spare moments, which was Amora's goal as a person. And she broke herself so many times trying to do it. Angel does not want to break herself, so she wants to find the limitations on this.
Vinestra said, 2 but in, did Amber get the recap of last week's session?
Yeah, I read it. I read it already. I read fast. You know, when my brain want to have a stroke.
So Angel's having a conniption. Angel's like losing her marbles right now. She can't find the seam on the already torn outfit to sew it back together. It's one of those moments of, where the fuck is the seam on this dress? Somewhere in here. There's just one thread out of place.
Hold on, baby's crying.
So that's what she's kind of going through right now at this moment. This is literally like trying to find the seam on the dress.
Yeah.
And it's not working. Because the one thing that she should have, that's in her idea of the Pantheon is that's what she should be able to do. Because none of the other gods are able to do that one thing.
There are greater reasons
yes,
for why that didn't work. Angel is not at a stage yet where she can learn why.
I get that part, but the whole thing is that knowing what the boundary is frustrating her. Because the boundary, she understands the 100-year limit. Does that make sense? She gets that. She gets the 1,000-year limit that they have. Because they're outside that 1,000-year limit. She can't pull as hard as she wants to. She'll be back. She got vomited on again. Or something.
It could be. In 200 years.
Joe, I can pull within 200. I can't pull within 1,000.
Nothing can. Without breaking some hardcore laws of reality.
Her biggest problem is figuring out why. Because Amora couldn't even get to this point. So there's no one here writing this booklet. Just Angel trying to figure out how the freaking thing works.
Which is also part of the journey. Someone handing you the pamphlet that's labeled Welcome to Godhood says, okay, fuck leveling up to 40, just take me there and I'll figure out the throne in a bit after a massive training arc.
I'm letting you know the problem is that she has knowledge of what she should be able to do. Because Amora talked to Fate about it and what she should have been able to do. But she doesn't have the full grasp of it because Amora didn't write very much because it was just depressing to know what she couldn't do.
And how much of that is what Amora should have been able to do versus just what Amora wanted to be able to do?
No, she just specifically wrote down what she was able to do. Like, there's a point where you just don't want to write anything anymore because you feel really sad because you can't do what you want. Yeah.
I'm talking between what was written and also between the instinct that Angel gets as far as those answers when on occasion Amora possesses her. How much of that was actual capability versus just want?
Yeah, they say ain't no love in Oklahoma. Yeah, fucking really.
She's
no for their Wi-Fi.
I'm just letting you know there's just constantly just all Piper and them can hear is thudding just over and over. Angel's a lot of knives now. A lot of little butter knives now.
Okay.
With all of that happening in the ass crack of dawn on a briefly slow-going stage of the journey, perfect time for the roleplay question toward Piper. How does Piper feel about the current objective that the party is on?
Why I have to be so fucking seasick? I don't want to be on
that's why.
board. No, she's not. That's the issue. She's not. She just has motion sickness. Because I rolled and yep, she now do good on boat.
She can't quite handle the motion of the ocean.
I would also remind you that we were made aware that Piper was pregnant like however many episodes ago.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't pregnant. It's just I had the feeling of pregnancy pass over when I had the hex blood dude go through my body.
Oh, okay.
It was like a delayed reaction.
I just have a question. What does Piper feel?
It was a reaction that, just like my previous analogy, like a rubber band snapping back when the laws of magic are stretched.
I do want to know what Piper thinks of seeing Nicodemus finally outside the door after 2 years of not being out anywhere near outside the door.
Her ring of mind shielding is on, first of all. Because she's like, I don't want to make anybody seasick. I don't know if that's how it works.
It's not.
I know she don't know,
She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
No.
There's not a lot of knowledge on seasickness.
And also how telepathy works with seasickness. She ain't making that, like spreading seasickness like a disease.
I'm really hungry for chicken nuggets right now.
Sorry.
I ran out of the ones that Joe got me the other day.
With a side of ketchup and honey. And some iced tea. And some french fries that maybe this time the Dasher won't eat out of the fucking bag.
I'm sorry. What?
I want them so bad. Somebody, Dasher stole my french fries.
Like a pussy. Anyway.
Anyways. I do want to know what Piper's reaction is to seeing Nicodemus outside the door, considering he hasn't been outside the door in 2 years.
He's first not mentally connected. She's first not mentally connected, and second of all, she's in her pillow. She's like, I'm not gonna throw up. Da 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 da.
Which again, as long as you're not looking out any windows, right now you're not dealing with any actual sea motions. in the actual thatched hut, because again, with the giants rooms that are around, it's kind of gravitationally locked in place.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's like, if I look up, I'm gonna want to puke. So if I keep my head in the pillow, I'm gonna be fine.
I feel like we should get some curtains in here if you're looking that green.
She's gonna look over it. I'm letting you know Violet's gonna go over to Piper and go, Piper, I want to know what these bodies were kept in. Considering Angel's mindscape right
Actually,
now,
I'm going to switch the playlist back to the sad playlist, given that we're still a little bit carrying off of the vibe that the last session ended on.
I don't know. I have not been connected. I have been fighting seasickness.
Well, then why don't you come out here and help me collect like a ton of whatever's in these jars and we can analyze it?
Because every time I lift my head out of the pillow, I want to throw up.
I don't have seasickness. I just have pregnancy and morning sickness. So
delightful.
I will carry you, and you will help me collect, because we won't be in the boat if we go and collect what we need.
I'm gonna roll a d6 real quick to see how many, and I'm being generous here. How many hours you have left of that maelstrom before it just collapses? Which is to say, you could still.
Thing at the bottom.
The outpost structure was not itself up.
No, we didn't.
Oh, okay, we still need to lift it up the seafloor.
Lifting up a whole ass outpost, which in part is bolted into the ocean shelf. You can certainly try.
Goddamn camera.
That was a massive Subnautica base.
Also, one of the specific analogies I gave when I was describing the place.
Subnauseous. And Piper's, you know, for Piper, it's subnauseous.
Okay, 3. Okay, you got 3 hours before that maelstrom collapses in, which wouldn't be a problem if not for the fact that Venestra did completely bust off the entryway door. So, unless you want to seal yourselves in when the water collapses in, you dealing with the place getting flooded.
Actually, I have another plan, and I want to know if I can use the plan.
It sucks.
You can ask about the plan in general. See, you know.
Yeah, Piper's like, I'm gonna suffocate myself, I'll die.
There's a float thing off the ground.
Hmm?
Can I use an airship to float the thing off the ground? If we unbolt it?
At the size that that thing is, and the amount of bodies it carried, you would need, with the sheer mass involved in that station and the sheer amount of structural weight, I'd say, and this would involve straining and risking destroying the equipment that you'd be using to try and carry the station. You would need 10 of those ships. More than that if you don't want to immediately risk destroying them under the strain of that weight.
What if we use amber? Like, put it in an amber vessel.
I was like, are you trying to mean Piper? Amber vessel.
You would need...
How much amber would I need?
Sorry, my
Not
computer.
How much amber do we need? She's sitting right there, but I mean, saying how much amber do I need?
To get that amount of structure?
My computer is chugging its fan, so I'm holding it up so it can breathe.
I'm gonna be honest. In terms of scale, your better bet would be to, you know, that sapphire that you have the mountain sealed in? Your better bet would be to release the sapphire, would be to release that mountain, hopefully salvage the spell that sapphire shell's made of, and then use it to contain this place.
But that's not where we need to put that mountain.
Amber wouldn't be enough to do this.
This feels really weird. Amber's not enough. Aww.
Amber, the calcified sap formation, not Amber the person.
I know, it's just funny.
But I still have like a whole nother red dragon one that I haven't even gone through.
It's just a horde, not a mountain.
Trying to shrink this down and transport it, being perfectly blunt, would basically be like, take one of the existing containers that you know is capable of doing this, empty it the fuck out, and try it with that. It'll still be try.
Well, what about
Which
the
is
red dragon horde that's in a ruby, I think?
It's in a ruby, it's huge.
You could dump out the red dragon horde. But this will involve emptying one of those 2 vessels. Now, I will say, as far as scale goes, the sapphire one's probably the better bet, given it contains a whole mountain in terms of just amount of
Joe, I don't have anywhere
scale
to put the
covered.
mountain right now.
Right.
And I have to decide where I'm putting it. That's like a last.
We have to find the hole! We have to find the hole!
I mean,
we have to find the hole! You told us we have to find the hole!
That
True.
means I have to go all across down to the Underdark in order to do it today before I get back in an hour.
or you could drop a new island on the map, I'm just saying.
No.
I'm not dropping a new island on the map. We know where it goes.
I know.
We know where it goes. I mean, Piper can possibly open her ballroom, and you can just dump the red dragon horde in there. Because, since she has all 3 coins stuck together, it's like huge.
Yeah, I will say, with the ruby for the red dragon horde, it will involve a few contended rolls against the stability of that container to try and contain this.
She's going to do that.
We'd
She's
rather-
going to, not the ballroom, what she's going to do is take Chester and she's going to open him the widest, because if she opens him to his widest extent, it sends him straight to the where her vault is. She has a vault.
Oh, right. I just figured we'd hold it in the ballroom for, like, temporary purposes and then dump it in the vault when we got home.
Well, I don't want to... Okay, let me put it this way. She hasn't been able to go through the red dragon. She doesn't know what's in it.
Which I believe is probably also part of the hesitancy in opening that ruby up in the first place.
I don't know if there's red dragon eggs, because that thing was a female.
Yes, and Piper's ballroom is essentially giant medical storage.
She's gonna go to the stone giant, the big giants first. Angel's gonna hearing this through the mind of Violet, basically passing it back, opens the door. All you can see are knife marks on like one of the pieces of wood is basically completely shattered.
Oh my god, hold on. Mental image.
Real quick, I'm just going to roll to see if that was a load bit. No, I'm kidding.
Hold on.
Vinestra said, Vinestra and Amira are going to head out to the base to collect any keepsakes of the dead for their graveyards.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay, Vinestra actively heading in there.
Okay.
I'm also gonna ask.
I just find it funny.
I'm gonna ask Steven, Drogo, and Minetta, which is basically. She was named Minetta before I watched the show. Don't start with me. Her name is Minette.
I know. But now my brain's poisoned too. You're not the only one.
She's gonna ask her daughter to go there to hold open that space as long as they can hold it for me.
Oh, you want to try and have them maintain that maelstrom?
Yeah, they can, which is their ability to do that.
They can stretch time. My mental image is Violet just pasted Piper onto her back, so Piper's face is now being stabbed to shit and back with amethyst shards, and they're walking up the stairs with Two Angels' room, and they're just talking through the fur.
I'm going to roll a d4 here for multiplier, okay? To multiply that 3-hour time limit you have on that maelstrom opening as your kids decide to kind of slow that degradation of that current.
If I touch one of her kids and cast guidance, can it be added? Which is also a d4.
I will say No, but it will add 1 to whatever the roll is. Guidance is a small scale roll as it is. Which means if they roll a 1, they get a 2. Which means, that's 2 times 3, that's 6 hours.
Hold on.
Those are
what if it's one? What if I do it once to each kid?
We'll say that's... Sure, we'll say that's plus 3.
Yes! Guidance, the children!
Angels, I'm letting you know because Violet is
Okay,
thinking
so
well.
you have upped the time it will take for this maelstrom to degrade to 18 hours. Now, if you want to spend that much time here, it's going to be that much time before you get to where you need to go.
It's fine. She's not going anywhere. She's the only person that lives on the island anyways. I'm gonna pay them whatever I find inside of this.
As far as you know.
The stupid whore. Cut off the D. So it did not sound like you said
It's never a bad thing to dump a stupid whore, you know?
So she's going to she's going to right now. I'm letting you know, hearing Violet's thoughts, the door slams open as the children fly out the window.
I'm sorry, that image.
Did you wait for Piper to
know
have
how
guidance?
fast it hits Nicodemus's face, considering he's still sitting at the door.
No, sorry. So no, the image of the door slamming open and the children flying out the window. I'm imagining the children just getting thrown through the door and thrown out of a fucking glass window. I know that's not what's happening, but slapstick comedy's on my brain.
I was thinking, boom, baby.
That's kind of what I was thinking. She opens the door. I have a question. Nicodemus is right there in front of the door.
Definitely a showcase of kind of the increasing durability between you and Nicodemus. Of, normally as there's some kind of give when a door impacts a person, that door might as well have hit a steel beam when it hits Nick.
Piper just looks up, hearing the thud that probably happened with that.
With an audible sort of wooden splintering.
Piper's gonna look up. I have about 3 seconds before I want to throw up. What the fuck?
Ow.
Stabs her face more.
I'm letting you know, this is how mad she is at Nicodemus. She doesn't look at Nicodemus. She walks past Nicodemus.
So I would have gathered that in the 3 seconds.
Yes, that would have been part of the gathering.
Which, by the way, her face is molten magna bloody, because amethyst shards are sharp, but she'd rather pain over throwing up.
No, there's no... Her body's not that hard, Amber.
No, you
body's
amethyst hairs. Those are shards. They're like needles. Oh.
Not the way they're described in the stuff that we've got right now. They don't hit that hard.
I just think it's funny because she'd prefer pain over throwing up, because it's like me, I prefer pain over throwing up.
Okay, I'm gonna say that it's very cold and you have weird lines on your face. Not
for the sake of how it's treated narratively for the humanoid shape, it's like hair dye at the rave, right?
Oh, so it's straw, it's rough. I got a wrench.
No, her hair is smooth like satin. That's one of the other descriptions. She has very soft hair, but it's like sheep's wool. You know how sheep's wool has that rough texture, but it's super soft for no reason.
But you said it's cold, and all I could think is there's now obsidian marks on her face where the hair's been.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's this striation marks where she's like, I'm gonna hide here.
Because apparently this was the character that I rolled to have my entomophobia.
Obsidian marks. Linkin Park suddenly starts playing I'm bleeding now, digging deeper. As blood starts pouring from your face. No.
She's gonna walk to one of the storm giants. Do you have a broom big enough to basically handle a dragon horde?
Which one do you walk to?
is gonna walk to the person who's basically hosting them in the room, considering she knows all those things.
Okay, Tashagra. A broom big enough to handle a dragon's horde.
A red dragon horde.
A red dragon's horde?
Yeah.
What age?
Vinestra said, a red dragon's whore.
I'm pretty sure I have a broom big enough for a red dragon's whore, yeah.
No. Like full adult dragon, like big old.
It was heading towards ancient. Like,
I'd hope they're an adult.
I would hope so too.
I don't know. It kind of plays on a lot of kobolds.
It was.
Don't they usually?
Ancients or Twilight. I couldn't remember which one.
It was headed towards ancient. It was not headed towards Twilight.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Chromatics don't usually approach twilight aging. They,
Okay. I didn't know.
She looks over at this woman. I have one, and I need to empty it so I can try to put that giant thing in it so Amber can, so Piper can inspect. I said Amber too many times earlier. So Piper can inspect the gooey stuff inside of the containers, considering I couldn't save anyone.
Right, I appreciate the explanation. I'll keep my answer short for you. No, I don't have a broom that can handle a dragon's horde.
Like a room, not a broom, like a room.
A room. Not in here. Not on this place, no. I could...
Are you sure? I mean, really, really, really big.
I could supply some rune work to sort of enlarge the scale of a place in relative perspective.
That would be great.
But unless you have about a decade to sit around, they will be temporary.
That's fine. I just need to make sure there's nothing living in the horde.
I can go through the horde or the goo. Just as long as I'm not looking out a window. Sticks her face back in the fur. Just steam rising from her face as the magma is just cooling.
There's gonna be glass. My hair's turning to glass later today. That's what's gonna happen.
Sorry.
As far as that expansion rune work, once I get everything settled in, it'll last maybe 8 hours.
Vinestra said, would Vi be hearing this mentally?
Yeah.
11.
Angel's brain is loud.
Vi's going to butt in mentally. You could just ask me, Angel.
I need to take all that stuff out of there, because there's a lot of metal.
It's more like she doesn't want to impose. We've asked a lot of Vinestra. She doesn't want to impose.
That's kind of what it is. She also wants to get to know people and them to kind of know what she's been through. And possibly offering these people a little bit more gold, considering they could upgrade their ship with half of the bullshit that she's about. Bullshit! There's so much money in it! There's just so much money, Joe.
Are you trying to softly imply that a cut of the horde might be theirs if they supply assistance?
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Mm-hmm.
Though I will say, in terms of the financial benefit here, it is lesser served telling this to the quartermaster than it is the captain, but nonetheless, roll anyway.
It's a natural 20. First one of the day. Thank you very much.
I have to have Dusty take that to the trash.
With a natural 20, I will say the captain was making his way down the halls out of his quarters. Bedhead-riddled storm giant hearing this. Sure.
Vinestra said, V does have a massive pocket dimension with vaults for hoards of treasure.
Doesn't want to impose.
She doesn't want to impose. She also wants to, like, kind of offload a little bit of this wealth and share it a little bit. Considering I've got
I will say above board, the quote-unquote hanging manor is not super large. I mean, this would be, as it's being verbally exchanged, it would be audible to most everybody.
Hey, Joe, what about the giant... the yellow hoard is the one that I have that's only encased in its stomach, and it's like a crystallized stomach.
That would be mostly just the coin value for that thing. Anything else
I don't even know what's in it. Like, it's an extra dimensional space. I didn't even walk in it.
Right.
I put it
Oh,
away.
the extra hold on. Well, that's you know, that's you wanting to step in. Now, you never questioned it. You never questioned the nature of it being an extra dimensional space, did you?
No, because dragons actually swallow their hoards when they travel.
Yeah, not all of them do that with an extra dimensional space. Some of them just have a big ass stomach. Like a competitive eater prepping their gut with eating a shitload of lettuce.
Yes, remember they have been traveling. That's the only reason she didn't question it. That yellow dragon had been traveling.
Yeah. I will say this, actually, since you did that, that was many levels ago, and your Arcana modifier has grown since then. Your passive Arcana now would strike you as a yellow dragon with access to an extra dimensional. That's fucking weird.
Wait, I might want to think about that one.
That's not normal.
That's not normal.
I think we'll question this in a minute when Vinestra gets back, because I have a hunch, and I don't like it. Angel's thought process. I have a hunch, and I don't like it. So she's gonna walk. It's like, I have an entire red dragon hoard inside the ruby. I need to empty the ruby, which is like a humongous ruby, in order to get the one that's down there at the bottom inside of the ruby.
So there's an intra-dimensional space within the ruby that is a squashed space.
That's in the amethyst stomach, because it was almost like a fossilized amethyst stomach.
What, you said yellow?
It was inside of the yellow. Don't get it. Don't understand it. It is amethyst, though.
Piper just... She's like, my brain, my stomach.
I'm not excited about this, but I'm also excited about this. It's one of those moments where it's just like, I have things that I haven't looked at because we haven't had a moment, and since we're traveling on the sea and we have time during the day, why not take a hot gander?
This is the benefit of travel sections. They take a while, which means you guys have a moment to go over shit you've collected.
It also gives the seasick person a stable place to just do something while everybody else is working on something else, so she can actually be useful.
I think this is like the first major travel segment we've done since like level 5. It's been 20 levels.
No, level 10. It was level 10.
In Ormer, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, it's been a minute. Literal years.
I'm gonna need
whole pillar of the game just ignored for a couple of years.
I'm letting you know this is a very big dragon hoard. Because it had 2 extra dimensional spaces put into 1 extra dimensional space.
Oh, gotta.
Do you remember
is
that,
not-
Piper? That was a pain.
So this is the red that disguised itself as a blue, if I recall correctly, yes?
Yeah, I was wearing the skin of a blue, and then I got to use the blue skin later.
Actually, no, it wasn't wearing the skin of a blue. Notably, it was a sort of weirdly mutated red where the fire itself was also coming off as blue.
But then we also found the blue dragon, and then we found the yellow one.
That too. Good old artistic primary colors. Good thing I didn't go
primary.
VHSV and you guys didn't find a fucking pink dragon.
It's fine. It's fine. We don't need a cyan dragon. This is not cyan. This is not the other. This is not the other color group.
I don't occur anywhere else in nature. Fight me, bitch.
Looks over at Piper. I'm gonna need you to help me see if there's some eggs in here, because red dragons are pains in the ass, and they do things like that.
And I'm fireproof. Yes, just put me in a spot where I can stop moving.
So, real quick, where is this getting opened? Are you going with the giant deciding to briefly take some time to put together a room that will shrink you all down within it and thereby technically being large enough? Are you going into Venestra's pocket dimension? What's the vibe here? Because it seems like Venestra is also straight up offering in character.
I'm probably going to, if she offers in character, the problem is her trying not to impose. She also has said to understand, I have another one, and I need you for the other one. The point is that Angel's like, I got one that doesn't have.
She's like, I got one that doesn't have living things in it. Will you borrow yours for the one that doesn't have living things in it?
She's like, I don't know what's in the other one. The extra dimensional space, that's the one she wants to know what's in there. But she's like, I would prefer Venestra to be here for the extra dimensional space because I have a hunch that there's something in it.
Okay,
and I don't know what's living in it.
So let's start with the red dragon first, because that's what I've already rolled for what's the content of that hoard. That's the list I have in front of me. We'll start with that.
It's
fair?
Cute.
Oh, right. I accidentally did a stupid. Supposed to keep.
The only reason I remember how big it was because of how the shit we went through.
Also, the blue kobolds that were with it, and we were like, well, shit. Then we found
they were collecting eggs. The other thing about one of the kobolds is he was trying to collect eggs.
Right.
Yeah.
Pepper should put me in a stable room so I don't fucking
Now,
throw up
notably, when things are contained in gem spells like this, they're essentially held in stasis, right? So they've been held in that moment since they've been sealed.
Oh, thank God.
There are a few other variations on that spell where that's not the case, and it's basically just its own sort of self-contained dimension where time still passes. This is not one of those.
I know. We know.
Yeah.
We're okay with this. We're all right with this.
Open it! Give Piper something to do.
She's gonna wait till the giants give her a room, because she's gonna give them a portion of whatever money is in here, because there's a ton of fucking gold in here.
We'll just let Piper have time to catalog everything.
Okay, I will say, you know what? Shagra, despite being ever so very careful about how she strung up the manor to go ahead and hang it in this part of the ship, unstrings it, tells all of you to find somewhere to sit, and brings the damn thing down to one of the cargo holes. Now again, the rune work inside of the actual manor is gravitationally locked. You guys don't feel the movement as you guys are being moved down toward the cargo hull of the ship. But it is fucking weird seeing it through the windows.
And that is
I'm not looking. We're all not looking. I'm looking at Angel's like, we're not looking.
Nope.
We're not looking.
For those of you a little less inclined toward motion sickness who do bother to look, it's still rough at that sheer scale of movement, right? But venturing down toward the cargo hold, you see naturally down here, there is additional sort of giant extension resizing rune work to allow, first of all, more cargo to be held in this ship than otherwise would be even a ship of this size, as it is massive already. And then for the runework still to shrink down whatever is within it, including its weight. This ship could logistically probably contain the contents of a city.
And I'm letting you know she's looking over at them and she's like,
Well, okay, the city's overblowing it. Probably a village would be a better way of putting it.
she looks over at them and she's like, this is a bit of a war.
Okay. You cast a spell magic on the gem. Or
No, I use the open word. The open word is the one that knocks it all out.
to go ahead and retain the components.
That's right.
Okay, where do you point this fucking thing when you do that?
I'm going to point this when they give me an open space to put it. I'm going to point it at the open space.
All right. So, first things first, as this spills out, it is a cascading shower of noise just from coinage spilling forth. As it is very much just slowly filling up this patch of floor. To an extent, if you were at normal size in comparison with the giants, it would be like, that's where the laundry hamper is. And then the coins would be respectively like the size of Lego coins to our own perspective, with how much they're downscaled. They're not diminished in worth based on that. They are being magically reduced in size, including yourselves here. It is, again, you guys went with the most, in terms of size scale fuckery, Gulliver's Travel option for picking a ship.
Yeah. I did it on purpose, Joe. There was a thought process. There was a dragon horde thought process at one point.
No.
There was a thought. We are presented with.
There is a massive list for price breakdown on coinage, gemstones in particular. To which I'm going to just copy paste that part. But then I'll get into the more specific and unique shit. That in more direct description. But I will say, in terms of coins and value of gemstones all sort of consolidated together, overall it's just under about 80,000 gold worth of gemstones and coins. In terms of actual coins themselves, a little over 66 grand. And then you get into various different kinds of gemstones. Some of these are carved into some artistic patterns, as it will be shown and described here as I paste it in, and some of those may have other uses.
I did take all the Relic Select from out of this thing already.
Yes, you did, which is why it's not included here. So,
thank you.
Let me go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate the channel for the Insurmountable Incantus. I'm going to go ahead and call this
Red Dragon Horde.
Yeah, the Adult Red Dragon Horde.
Just put it as hordeless, because there's going to be more than one horde.
Well, I'll call it Ruby Gem Red Dragon Horde. I'm making these all separated categories to make it easier for you guys to sift through.
Okay.
That did not retain formatting. Come on. Can I do this? Not what I wanted. Okay, whatever. It didn't retain formatting. That's okay. Notably, some of the carved gemstone items that do have a plain gold value, some of them may be enchanted. You're not sure. But in terms of strict gold value that they're worth, that's what you do have.
But he was collecting eggs, Joe.
We'll get
Which
to
is
that.
why Piper's going through it. As long as it's in a stable space.
That's the only reason Angel hasn't touched it yet either, because they might be red dragon eggs.
And actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and make this actually a little simpler because I don't think copy pasting is necessarily what you guys are going to be doing here. So,
Question.
Yeah.
Is this room stable with no windows?
Yeah, you guys are in the hall. This is the cargo hull. This is one of the lowermost parts of the ship. It does not have any windows for observation.
So the seasick person would be fine going through all this shit.
Yes, indeed. Though notably stepping out and away from the actual house itself, this area is not. It is to an extent gravitationally stabilized, but not as heavily as the actual quote-unquote dollhouse is. So there is still some subtle, like, shifting sense of directional gravity every sort of few seconds.
Okay, she should be fine then. I rolled. It's above a 10. She'll be fine.
Let me grab the snipping tool here. That's going to be the best. So.
I'm just letting you know that Angel's was looking over at Piper like, I should have done this ages ago, but I didn't have big enough space at the house, and I wasn't going to empty a ballroom so I could do this.
It's fine. Just give me a few hours. It won't take me that long. Just gives me something to do without feeling like I'm going to throw up.
Well, I have to wait for an hour at least for Griffin to get his stuff done so he can get over here, because I know that I know he probably took that emerald that we had so he could put everything inside the emerald.
At this point, we're just gathering infinity stones.
That's not what this is.
They're horde stones. If you collect all the different types of them, then you can summon the magical super reality horde, and it's literally just each of your respective real person bedrooms.
You can finally address the DM. DM, what are we doing here? Why have we decided?
Vinestra said. Vinestra will have made her way back to the others, having repaired the seal of the base.
So is this what Piper finds?
So that's all the just specifically the things that are of monetary worth, right? Now, in terms of eggs, kobolds were told to collect eggs. This didn't necessarily strictly mean dragon eggs, even though that's what the dragon implied. It was a temperamental ass adult dragon. So
how many bird eggs?
I'm gonna say, it's Ormer. So almost all of it is reptilian. Now, go ahead and just give me like a broad couple of nature checks, each of you, to go ahead and see just on first glance kind of what you realize you're looking at.
I thought
I also know that there should be dragon eggs, because that was what he was hunting. That was why he got it. Stupid.
Yes,
there
but
are.
He's saying not just dragon eggs were collected.
Right.
Not just.
18 plus 12 for my nature check.
The lesser
yes, I
most.
Can verify I am human. The fuck.
The lesser most points of the collection here are actual dragon eggs, and then there's a shitload of other eggs.
18 plus 12.
Piper's about to have a lot of children.
30. Children, pets, and pests in this collection, I'll be blunt.
Write it down.
Hold on. I'm getting there. I thought it was just going to be Piper doing it, so that way she can do something. They can go do the other thing while Piper's going through the horde. I thought that.
No, Angel has to wait for Griffin to come through the child.
I'd say you can still roll as well here. You both rolling will make what you are able to actually understand what you're looking at a lot easier. Because this is going to be, we'll call this an average group roll between the pair here.
I rolled my nature check. Mine's a 30.
Yes, you did. We'll get
19 plus 13?
32.
22?
I think I'm more than me.
32. I can't count.
Okay, 32 and 30. Averaging out to a 31. Yeah, that absolutely fucking does it. So, first of all, big things you guys are looking for. Dragon eggs. You find all of 5.
they living? Are they breathing?
I mean, at the moment, yes. As again, they were sort of locked in a moment in time. And you do find a number of empty sort of dragon egg shells that may have been feasted upon. But of intact dragon eggs, which is to say, maybe they had not yet gotten a chance to be eaten. You find one red one.
Okay.
You find a green one.
Oh. Oh, Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Green or conniving.
Yeah. You find a black egg. Speaking of conniving. You find a brass egg.
Wait, hold on. I should be writing down what eggs we were getting. Hold on. Okay,
You can put it
so
in my group chat.
I was gonna put it in the word, but what? Start that. What again?
Red, green, and black, and brass.
Red, green, black, and brass, and then there's one egg left.
Okay.
Notably, this egg is caked in mud, but it is about the size of the rest. You're not able to tell its color just yet, and the mud seems fresh and still moist.
I hate that word.
Moist. I want to say it again.
Vinestra said, caked.
I'm sorry.
Fresh and still damp. There you go. Moist tissue. Anyway. Sorry.
When does Vinestra get back?
This is in your dimensional domain that this is getting unfolded. Right? No?
We're in
the ship.
We're in the ship.
It's on the ship.
Oh.
We're on the boat.
Oh, okay. So you're going to open up the other one in Minestra's thing. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No, okay. So the other one is a dimensional space. That's why we're going into it in the dimensional space, because I don't trust it.
Gotcha. Okay. Going into Vinestra's thing to then open up the dimensional one. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, because it's like a door. It's not necessarily like it's not a bag inside of a bag. So I'm not worried about opening a dimensional space in a dimensional space.
Yeah, might as well clip through the floor in the back rooms while you're already in the back rooms.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're just gonna. Okay. Red dragon, green dragon, black dragon.
And then the very last egg that is currently caked in mud that is still fresh.
Caked dragon.
I'm going to.
Yes, the legendary booty dragon. No.
So I'm prestidigitating the egg.
Okay. Angel. And I'd say both Angel and Piper both found yourselves very kind of impassioned in researching dragons and researching diseases concerning dragons, given sort of both of your proclivities for the type of offspring that started happening, especially around your time in Ormer. This shell is entirely transparent.
Ooh.
As if made of fresh blown glass.
Glass.
There's no such thing as a glass dragon. We researched this. There's no such thing. But diamond
You
dragon
can barely... Well, you have a diamond dragon. One of the recent boys, and his head kind of fell. You know, he's got that thing sticking up out of his face. But notably as well, the embryo that you can see within, there is a yolk present. It is sort of a light, still sort of glossy, pale yellow, but the embryo within is just as transparent, just as translucent. The only thing that really you can tell that sort of defines its shape are the contrasted blood vessels that run through it, and the shape of sort of vaguely formed bones, but the body itself is still just as transparent as the rest.
It has to be a gem dragon of some sort.
With that as well, you now also understand completely why this was shielded by mud. Not normally a thing that gem dragons have to do. And there's also not that sort of same kind of resonance to it, the gem dragons. This does not speak to a gem dragon as much as it does speak to a condition of birth. Not dissimilar to a case of like albinoism, if that were put through almost a genetically impossible extreme. So this egg being shielded in mud must have been a very, very deliberate protective choice by the parent.
Gonna recover it in my doodly doo doo.
Can't put her hand on the translucent egg. Hello.
What is... You're only getting added notes of the unsettling nature of this, as even just touching the egg, you don't usually get like a strong sensation of a heartbeat. It's almost as if you are touching a vein structure the moment you touch the egg, with how strong that heartbeat is. There's no texture of vein structure, but that pulse is just immediately there.
That's nice.
No!
At all. He just like, yeah.
Player is perturbed. Player is very perturbed. Kuiper's intrigued. Player is perturbed.
And Macon is not perturbed. Macon's like, wow.
It makes my veins hurt. Okay.
Hello.
Now, with that nature check, I will allow, given that those rolls were fucking phenomenal, medical checks with advantage for both of you to understand what the fuck this is.
I want to know what you
15
are.
plus 22.
37.
Wait for her.
That puts me at 32.
Okay, 37 and 32, difference of 5, so we'll call that, splitting the difference, 30, we'll call that a 34, yeah. Easy enough. I mean, again, DC 30, they're easily exceeded. Insanely rare disease. This happens genetically. Dragons are, for the most part, magically created beings. Genetic illnesses don't happen often, which usually this implies likely, inbreeding from further up the chain and that kind of thing. But usually, again, among dragons, that doesn't usually have an impact. It doesn't usually have a negative effect because dragons are so purely of magical power and processes, but magic, when stretched, snaps back like a rubber band and creates, in some cases, unique consequences. This is a condition called phantom scale. Everything of the body, should it even survive past being an egg, will live and walk and fly as if it does not exist against the sky. These dragons, should they grow to any level of maturity and manage to survive that, are insanely dangerous purely on the fact that you can barely fucking see them. They are also, consequently, because of the condition, regardless of their parent, often rejected by their parents. And their alignment is not dictated by whatever the scale color of their parent.
That's the mud.
Now that
I'm
said,
just gonna call.
whatever the parent here seemed to be caring enough to cover the egg in mud, because, I mean, especially during the growing stage, sunlight sensitivity, when your organs are fucking exposed even through your egg, is a thing.
I'm gonna have to do the egg thing again, aren't I?
That said, as you mature, apparently the organs being sensitive to things like light becomes less of a problem. But
Vanessa, I'm gonna need your interdimensional space again. But for another reason.
So, what about the other eggies?
Yeah, I want to know, is there like a dire corgi or something? Because some of these things come out of eggs.
What in the Pokemon?
so it's Ormer, which means most everything there is reptilian. Now, getting into, I will say, just the spastic variety of other eggs. There's a number of I'm going to be honest. There are clutches of red kobold eggs here. A lot of them. That clan, kobolds will worship dragons as gods, and their god ordered them to gather eggs, so they're like, okay, we'll have some of them for the clan, and we'll give some of them to you.
Clutches of what color?
Red.
Is it just
Red.
blue?
The red babies.
There are
Clutches of red
dozens and
kobold.
dozens here of these eggs, of which some of them are old enough to just be dead. Some of them not so much. And it seems like it was very much kind of habitually kind of a clan offering at that point, yeah. There are also other things, like, of course, the Ormer fucking flying rats. There are Draco bat eggs here. There are Draco rat eggs here.
Ormer flying rat eggs.
You can just call them Draco bats. Yeah, Draco bats, Draco rats.
Is there a Draco dog? Is there a Draco dog egg?
Those are just drakes.
Oh, come on.
Okay,
Drakes
Draco
normally
rat
don't
egg.
fucking have wings, Megan. Those are just Draco dogs are drakes.
Ormer Draco rat eggs. What's next?
Draco bats.
Draco bats. Bat.
What was the last one, Joe?
There are a collection of drake eggs. As far as what color and what definition, drakes are really flexible. Whatever they kind of come out as is kind of determined by what drake is actually looking after them. That said, since they're in a dragon's horde, they would have probably come out red. Drakes themselves are not necessarily beholden to what scale color they have as much as what they live around, though, to be fair.
Vinestra said, "Is there any Draco guinea pig eggs?"
Oh my god, I would die.
Since I have said that Draco rats are a thing, I suppose that implies that various sub-varieties of Draco vermin are viable. Let me roll. Fuck it.
Yeah, Draco guinea pig.
Actually, it makes more sense for a percentile. Purely because, Vinestra, it was your suggestion, high or low?
Hi.
Pew, 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 pew.
So, can't believe I'm doing this. I'm going to roll a d4, and that will be precisely how many Draco guinea pig eggs you find. I will say, actually, for the sake of simplifying the naming convention here, Draco pigs.
Are they Draco pigs? Either that or
I'm doing guinea pigs.
I will say, similar to drakes, these also don't have wings, right? They are reptilian, they are draconoid, but they are, for all intents and purposes, similar to the Draco rats, just quadrupedal scaled vermin, right? Now, I rolled a 4 on that d4, you're welcome.
Why can't they have wings, Joe? Just wings that don't lift them off the ground more than 2 feet.
Oh my god, like the butterfly
Sure,
wings.
they can have vestigial Yeah.
Could they be like Hopper, where they got the little tiny butterfly wings? They can't go very far.
You know what? I will say this. They're not able to hover, but they are able to flap those wings desperately and allow themselves to jump just a little bit higher.
Oh my god. Jump really
Okay.
high, Joe.
What were the next eggs?
Getting away from the joke is now reality part of D&D. Disconcertingly, you find a lot of a few sort of clutches of spider eggs.
I'm guessing Draco spiders.
No, normal spiders, as they are one of the few types of insects that do exist in Ormer. You do also find a couple of dream spider eggs, and overtly disconcerting given your memory of a previous encounter with them. One Titan dream spider egg.
Hello, baby. And I'm letting you know this is the point where Angel goes, hello, baby.
Again, those fucking things eat dragons.
I get it. We understand this, but we're gonna give them something else to eat. It's gonna be great.
Anyway, what next?
Still kind of held, it seems like in these sort of little bowls you do find oh man, some of these names I'm coming up with on the fly. I'm gonna be blunt with you.
Draco chickens.
Draco chickens?
You find, I will say this, you find a bowl of salamander spawn.
Salamander egg. Okay.
Now, salamander spawn, amphibians, you know, they have spawn eggs, so that'll grow into a pile of whatever the fuck. And yeah, sure. You find a range of eggs that are draconic chickens. Effectively.
I'ma eat those.
No, don't eat them.
I'm kidding.
You need to candle them.
Yeah, I don't want to eat bad ones. Ew.
Welcome to Stardew Dragon Valley, everybody.
Now I gotta go through and candle all those eggs. But that can be like...
At this point, Angel's like, I know which ones their natures are getting changed immediately. She puts the 3 colored ones and she's like...
Also, in varying miscellaneous fashion, you do also find some quote-unquote eggs that are not... They don't inhabit any animals or any living things. They look to be old, sort of artifacted, like plastic novelty Easter eggs and that kind of shit.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Also, one old wooden nesting egg.
Oh. Like the ones you would put in birds' nests so they wouldn't nest anymore, or what?
Similar to like a Russian nesting doll. You open that thing up, you find another one, another one. Yeah.
Okay. I get that part, but I'm like, there are 2 types of nesting eggs. There's the kind with that
Sure.
you put into a nest.
Vinestra said, an egg.
Yes. And in this case, it's an egg.
She looks over at the egg. She's like, okay. She looks over at Vinestra. I need you to forgive me. I'm changing the nature of these dragons. Not a question. It's happening today.
Now, to be fair, some of them need not necessarily be magically changed. You can just raise them to be one way or another.
A red? You can raise a red to not literally kill everything.
If you're tenacious enough, yes.
What if I just turn it into a gemmer?
Up to you.
Just say nobody's a little easier to take care of than...
Sorry. Couple of things to mention. Sorry, there is a smaller clutch of also dragonborn eggs, also red.
Great. These need to go back to their parents.
Similarly ritualistic. A section of that clutch does seem to be old and just dead. similar to the sort of clutch from the kobolds. There are a couple that are a little fresher.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. Don't judge me.
I'm not judging you. I have done that before.
I do that shit too, but I prefer to break it up, add the powder, and basically make it like chips. That's me.
I was craving the crunch.
That's fair.
Crunch is a good thing.
Vinestra said, some are designed for that.
She looked over at Vanessa. She's like, don't get mad at me. We're changing some of the natures of these, especially. She looks at the black one, then the green one, the red one we might be able to work with.
Oh, and actually, sorry, one thing I got to roll for as well. 10. Yeah, so you do also find one thing that can happen, one subspecies of intelligent dragon creatures is they are draconoids. This is what happens when you experiment on a full-blown dragon egg and get something that's a little more derivative of a dragonborn, but more powerful, admittedly a little bit mutated, and usually not the most helpful sort of person or being. You do find particularly one looks to be silver in color, at this point, draconoid egg, which means it was a silver egg that was experimented on and altered to produce something other than a silver dragon.
I'm going to let you know she was missing some eggs from that clutch. So this is going to be one of those moments of, I might take you home to Mama. It's going to be okay. We're going to undo the experiment.
Mama, I'm bipedal. Do you still love me?
No.
Yes.
Think of it, it's kind
Just
of
a little
like
less than your other siblings.
It's weird. I kind of think of like Ratatouille, where Remy is always standing on his hind legs. Just.
She's looking over Vanessa. I don't want any judgment. This is a red dragon egg. I don't want any judgment. This is a green dragon egg, and I don't want any judgment from anybody. Because this is danger. Just looks at the black dragon egg. That's danger right there.
Yeah. Dragons that in their greater adulthood are known to basically be flying around with exposed skulls because their acid breath does eventually kind of melt down the flesh on their face.
I'm going to save
That's
him.
disturbing.
I'm going to save him gently. She's like, she's thinking to Nicodemus, if you would like to get out of the doghouse, you're going to help me birth these eggs.
You think I wasn't tuned into this the entire time? Yeah, no, I'm already headed over, love.
Okay.
Oh, I just figured he was hiding in the shadows.
Did
Like
you bring
what was
the
in
scrolls?
the shadows?
Speaking of which, Navarre was there the whole time. Navarre? You need to stop trying to sneak over to the kobold eggs. They are not snacks.
Okay, Navarre.
But what about the old smelly ones? It's like they're pickled already.
How about this? I'll handle them all in shit.
But it's right there.
Okay, let me put it to you this way, Navarre. If you wait until they're candled, I will let you pick a shiny from the horde.
Now, outside of the eggs, let's get into the other items you find, including some just straight up magical items. Now, first of all,
Admit I should type this. I'm satisfying the crunch craving.
Hold up, I'm gonna go get Fritos because you're making me want Fritos.
I'm sorry.
Like, first of all the chicken nuggets and now the Fritos.
don't be sorry. Be better. No.
Hey, sweet girl, you want some?
I'm sorry. I'm craving the crunch.
It's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and grab my fucking salt and vinegar chips now, I guess.
Oh, damn it.
And now Brick's gonna go
Vinestra
grab some
said,
chips.
Vi's going to pocket a star sapphire. What do you mean by alter their nature?
They have to change into a different type of dragon. I need to be able to raise them and not kill them or hurt anyone. And I don't feel comfortable raising a black dragon because their acid literally melts their own skulls. This is time. I'm right here! It's just me.
I would like to not raise future genocidal maniacs.
It's just me.
I've never tried my work's generic salt and vinegar chips. Hopefully they're okay. We'll know by the smell the moment we open it up. Good, I didn't accidentally throw away my chip clip.
Hi, sweet kid. They're looking at me like, mother, food? It's not your food, it's mommy's food.
Rick apparently has Cool Ranch Doritos. I'm sorry, my cravings for crunchiness kind of...
Vinestra said, "Fine. Do as you wish with such. BRB."
Shiba.
Altering the coloration of a whole-ass dragon is a little less... It's a bit of a gray area in terms of grand dragon morality, you know, but...
No, it's not that. It's just that, like...
Let me rephrase. Greater dragon morality. Grand dragon morality is always reprehensible. Anyway.
Took you a second. I heard that and I was like... Sorry. Back that statement. Back that statement!
And toy.
I'm on mute for a minute because I'm very crunchy.
Hold on.
Bag doesn't want to fucking open. And I'm not going to go at it with scissors. Vinegar punch right to the sinuses. Jesus Christ, that's good. Okay.
So,
Yes.
emotions like taking over Nick. I'm gonna birth these children, and then we're going to grab that entire piece of metal down there, and we are going to study the shit out of it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. She's like gonna message Griffin on the phone. She said she's gonna call him on her payphone. Hey, Griffin. I know you're probably in the middle of like downloading all that stuff inside of that room. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. Can I call Griffin on my payphone?
They're a little bland. Yeah, you can.
Hey, Griffin. I know you're really busy in that, ancient tomb collecting all the things and being a hoarder.
Yeah, and what's up?
You remember those Githoven guys that were also told us if we ever found any type of like technology to contact them?
Yeah.
And if I told you I found an ancient human ruin with a bunch of bodies in it? Or being kept kind of at stasis.
Was it labeled with the normal outpost conventions, or was this one kind of off the books?
Repeat that one more time.
Was it labeled with the normal outpost conventions, or was this one kind of off the books?
This was kind of off the book.
Yeah, it was a former of those. What happened with it was off the books, but it was labeled with the normal conventions.
It's labeled with the normal stuff, but it's off. I think it might be off the books for the secondary part.
Okay, and you found a bunch of dead bodies in there.
Yeah.
Not surprising.
But the bodies are still intact.
That's not super common. You want me to head over, or you want to fill me in after you find out more?
Well, I'm planning on putting them in the gem, but you're the only one that knows how to shrink them down. And I know that you took the giant emerald that was in the house. If you're trying to get that entire thing into a container.
Well, if you're trying to get a whole facility, the Vault of Amber won't work. You're going to need another kind of vessel.
I was going to use the ruby one.
One from the Dragon Horde like 2 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
You use the command word to get it open, right?
Mm-hmm. Something's bigger than my body.
So, if you're trying to get a structure, not a horde, what you can do is you can go ahead and, you know that lair claiming spell, right?
Yeah.
Get down in there, assuming it's safe to, cast the lair claiming spell on the gem while you're down in there.
Okay. Well, I can use it as an extension of my body.
It'll do the job. Now, it won't claim that as your lair, but it will lock that into the gem.
He looks over at Nick. It's gonna have to be Navarre who does it.
Sure. Again, like the condition of this, it's using that spell as a locus for focusing on a broader structure when you don't know how far it reaches. It won't actually claim it as yours. It's just going to provide a groundwork for that gem to actually contain it.
Okay.
Do you have a rough idea of how big it is?
It's like submarine size, like one of those big underground compounds.
Okay, better question. Do you know how many residents it had?
Something around, it was over something thousand or something like that.
Over something thousand.
Vinestra said, back.
How many people were inside of the container, Vinestra?
Inside of the facility.
2,384.
2,384.
Fuck. Okay. Any living facilities?
Hey, what?
Any living facilities that you know of?
Yeah.
There weren't. It was entirely a just stasis or containment facility.
It was just a containment facility.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said. She's gonna. I'm just repeating what you're repeating back. I'm repeating it back.
Yeah. One time we're talking to myself is fine. And not frowned upon.
Looks over at Gribbon. 2,000. Yeah, that big number, and then it was just a containment facility.
Okay. And it was for the red dragon. Okay. That gem might. There's a chance it may break. Trying to do this. If it does, you're going to be dealing with a now heavily damaged facility to try and get out of. If not, well, I will say it'll probably be cracked, and then you won't be able to reuse it once you reopen the damn thing.
Could a creature as big as a kraken eat the facility?
Really, really slowly. Piece by piece.
Damn, I thought I could swallow it.
No.
Sorry, I now have a kraken child. I'm just letting you know.
What was the Greek letter listing on the facility?
Was it like 8? Something 8?
No, the Greek letter was tau.
Tau?
Okay, so it was one of the subaquatics. Yeah, no. No, those things were fucking big.
I know. I want the metal off of it.
Your first bet's gonna be just getting the damn thing contained first.
I know. But I'm building a subway. I need metal. This seems like an opportune moment for me to make use of it.
Fair enough. That's a metric fuck ton of titanium down there.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Well, you gonna get started?
Yeah, it was the plan, but I was also going to ask you to show up to help me finish it. You got 18 hours. Do you think you can finish yours and be out
I mean,
there?
you should have it good to go. I made the fucking containment gem, so now it's just gotta cast the Lord spell. Well, the last spell, excuse me.
Vinestra said, "So what was this other horde you wished to look at in my dimension, Angel?"
It's an extra dimensional space.
Oh, are you having another conversation? All right. Well, I have a task to get back to.
No,
Anyway.
no. Wait. Question.
What?
You found your way to that base. Are y'all divesting that entire thing? It was made out of gold. Please tell me that you're peeling that thing apart.
What do you think I am?
You better take that pyramid back to the house.
Yeah, huh?
I have to study those glyphs.
I got something to get back
Can
to.
Vi hear this conversation?
It's like having a phone on speaker, yeah.
Hello? My room's cleaned up already.
I think they gave her some medication for her tum-tum. And apparently she really wants to go home because she said home and mama. Oh! A nugget?
She's sick and she's homesick.
Who's that? Oh no!
She's saying home and mama.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put this. Alright, Vanessa's standing behind me. I'm waiting till Ver to finish typing. Will I go and do it?
Yes, we can hear this conversation.
Oop, the typing did not continue.
Come here. Here, Dawson.
Vinestra said, "V is ready to open the dimension."
Hold on.
All right. There's still some more shit to go over that was in the Red Dragon Horde. Shit got sidetracked for a second, though. So,
Vinestra said, "Oh, right, the magic items."
yeah, the magic items as well as the mundane items that may or may not be magical, but still have may have some, odd uses or traits. So, first things first. You find a somewhat aged, but still in relatively malleable and legible condition, a star chart showing Volk and Vistris as constellations, with the title Elegy for the First World. A spinning wheel seemingly made mostly of tin. A small shrine with a statuette, brazier, and an altar dedicated to a god worshipped by the many of the dragon's minions, by which I mean it's an altar that looks a little bit like the dragon that was killed. And hoard stolen promptly.
I mean, is it really stealing if it's just left behind?
I suppose acquired for better purposes. Several embroidered throw pillows depicting wormling dragons. Wormlings being dragon babies. Notably, their features are a little bit exaggerated, bordering on a chibi style for that stitching.
That's cute.
The pillows are still in good condition and relatively fluffed. There is a scroll containing a long and epic poem in praise of the dragon that you guys promptly and deservedly killed. Weirdly enough, a leftover tablet written in Draconic of a sort of rule of engagement from another dragon that likely based off of the long-aged bloodstains was slain by by the dragon that you guys had killed. And then finally, a treatise on alchemy, etched in Draconic in steel cylinders. In other words, a basic alchemical instructional. Now, for the magic items. Everybody here is a fairly accomplished caster, so we're going to go ahead and skip past the identify thing here. Not to mention, this adult dragon was a bit anal. He kind of labeled everything here. First of all, you do find a drift globe. Real useful for lighting up a big old area, as you can cast daylight with the damn thing. Drift globe. that is considered one word, easy enough to look up in just D&D standard magical item there. Next up, these are both sort of held within the leftover skeleton of a long since desiccated and fairly charred skeleton of some dragonborn figure. He is left over and long dead, holding what appears to be a +1 set of half-plate, carefully draconically ruined, and shockingly enough, a +3 spear. It is covered in beautiful filigree and inlining. The steel looks supreme in quality. Neither the armor nor the spear itself looks blemished, unlike, unfortunately, the dragonborn that sits long dead within and holding it.
Oh, you like the new people, huh? You like the new people. Yes. I see this dog.
And then finally, the potions that you do find on his mostly burned out satchel and his person. You find a potion of going over the...
I'm gonna mute myself because I'm taking you in there because they get food.
Yeah, going over the artistic pieces and the magical items that were still in the Red Dragon's Hoard before going into the next one, because we kind of got diverted before I could go over those. But either way. Now for the potions that were on his person. First of all, a potion of clairvoyance. Drinking that potion, you gain the effects of the spell clairvoyance without the need for any sort of concentration being required. Within that bottle, a sort of eyeball bobs within just a sea of yellowish liquid.
Ew.
In order to properly gain the effects of the potion, yes, you do need to drink the eyeball with the rest of it.
But why? Gotta pee.
Clairvoyance is future sight, so you gotta drink the eyeball. Next up, this potion looking notably sort of much older in sort of its bottle style and everything else, likely old, probably a hand-me-down for this individual. As the cork itself looks particularly aged and kind of crummy, but nonetheless, it is a sort of transparent liquid, and floating in it does seem to be this sort of silver metallic colored fingernail of a stone giant. It is a potion of stone giant strength. And then finally, there's a bottle that is sort of full of red liquid that on occasion sort of rhythmically and continuously contracts to the size of like this very sort of small bead with clear liquid around it. This is a potion of diminution. Drinking this will put you under the effects of the reduce effect of the enlarge reduce spell, with again, no need for concentration on it, and it will last for 1d4 hours. Oh, and then also, finally, one more potion that he unfortunately did not quite have the chance to drink, as it is left clutched in his other hand, still corked, and the thumb bone sits just barely under that cork, with not enough time to use it. A potion of supreme healing. Drinking that potion will allow you to regain 10d4 plus 20 hit points. Gotta love environmental storytelling. And that probably would have been the first thing that you guys encountered if you'd have chosen to sneak through the dragon's horde, had you not killed the dragon earlier. Now, for the yellow dragon with the dimensional gemstone in its gut, I have a feeling, Megan, that you will want to be present for that part, to be able to talk about it.
Which part? Which part?
Hopping into Venestra's dimension to go ahead and open up the sort of dimensional thing that was inside of the yellow dragon's stomach.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Now, remind me, in-game, how long has it been since that yellow dragon died? Was that also about 2 years ago?
Vinestra said, sadly was not here for that.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and ask that question again, just in case. Amber might be able to answer, but I think Megan, with her eidetic memory, will have the best time of it. How long ago was it in-game that yellow dragon died? Was that also 2 years ago?
It was
Yes.
also 2 years. It was in the same time period. We got a blue, yellow, and red all at the same time.
Okay, great. I have to roll some death saves.
It's all in a week. It's all in a week.
Okay, that one's fine. That one's fine. Yep. That one is absolutely fine. Okay. I have to figure out a way to justify how good those words were. Let's say... Okay, that's the only way I can justify that. That's gonna change the atmosphere of how that's gonna be entirely, including the smell. Also real quick, I need to roll some structure saves for the Horde spell to go ahead and basically capture the entirety of Tau 7. One of those was okay, one of those sucked, so I gotta roll again. Okay. Just before we get to opening up the dimension for the Yellow Dragon's Gem. You know what? Actually, since Megan is briefly indisposed here, and then this part specifically concerns her a little bit, since she's the one casting the spell, I think we'll go on BRB here, just to wait for a little bit of time to free up. Yeah.
Yeah, she's over at Nicodemus. She's like, she hands him the scrolls to literally change the scale color of these dragons, which is something that is a spell that was developed for the specific situation.
Yeah, you took a lot of time to work on that.
So she looks over at Nick and she's like, hey, Nick, I'm going to go and you're going to use these scrolls that I've made specifically for this with me and Grandpa working on this for days.
Cool, I'll be a dead.
Okay, but you're not going to birth them. I'm going to birth them.
That's not always either of our choice.
Do you want to birth them or do you want me to do it?
Want isn't always our choice. Sometimes this shit just happens.
I'm asking you because you're going to have to shove them back up your hoo-ha.
Let me make a hoo-ha real quick.
No, you gotta be a dragon in order to do this. They're only bonded to their parents.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I'm gonna hold off on doing any of. I'll get the spell work done, and then we'll worry about who puts what inside of who after. Fair?
Okay. I should make you birth them this time, but I'm not going to.
Make me? Excuse you?
Piper, not even looking up from her candling. You heard her!
Considering the burning that came out of her hoo-ha at one time.
So.
Vinestra said, keep your bedroom fun to yourselves, you two.
It's not bedroom fun. This is the aftermath of the bedroom fun.
First things first.
Okay.
Heading into Vinestra's subdimension with supervision. I mean, it's interesting. Venturing, of course, from just being on the ocean to admittedly still a coastally bound and somewhat temperate and similar climate.
Mm-hmm.
Not that great of a shift. The sort of aroma of copper on the air, though, is notable. As you can see, it's sort of present on many of the structures, kind of in the backdrop among the sort of various sort of terraces of greenery and things that are used for smaller scale farming and the various automata that are kind of laid out. As you go ahead and you pull out the amethyst gem and figure out about opening it up, venturing inside, however this is going to work. You weren't specifically given a command word in this case, so what do you do?
Yeah, but I'm gonna put my arm into it like I did the first time by accident.
Unlike the first time, you feel something else grab and pull. Go ahead and roll me a strength save.
A strength save. Nope, that's a 3. That's a 3 plus 12.
Do you want to use any of your inspiration die?
No, 3 plus 14. Sorry, 3 plus 14.
17. 17 is actually enough. Notably, it is a hand size comparable to your own, as you're able to easily enough pull your hand back away.
Sup?
You call Sup from outside of the gym?
Either you can come out, or I can break this thing down and we can see what happens.
There is no response.
I'm gonna put her head in.
For the first time ever, you poke your head inside. Notably, you expect this sort of sub-dimensional dragon's hoard to probably be something like a cavernous space, something like that, I'm sure. Or even along the lines of a normal 30 by
I'm thinking
30.
about a wizard's tower.
Sure. Even something along the lines of like a 30 by 30 demi-plane, something like that. And you see a sprawling labyrinth of brass, steam-powered pipes and machinery.
Ooh.
Notably, there is immediately that smell of reptilian musk, like you've just stepped into a reptile exhibit. There is also a smell of earth and soil, and the lightest sounds of almost similar in the sort of pattern and cadence to a chicken clicking along, with the distinctive
Vinestra
draconic
said,
growl
"Is the
to
Goblin King there with his magic balls?"
Yeah, with his magic ball.
Yeah, this is totally steampunk Jareth. No, not that you're seeing, and whatever had grabbed your hand previously is not visibly present anywhere near. Though notably, as you poke your head out and kind of tap the inside, you do not pass through from inside the same way you do from without. Seems whatever is alive in here does not necessarily remain strictly by choice.
What's up, homie?
You call that out, and it echoes across this space, ringing off of metal pipe and stonework. To no response, but you do hear a heightened activity of that sort of draconic animal presence in reaction to the sound. And it is notably a little bit skittish, as it seems to immediately kind of shriek up and then quiet down.
I'm gonna start singing. I'm gonna start singing because I want attention, so I'm gonna get my attention.
All right, you have your head poked partway through and you begin to sing.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world.
It begins to echo and resonate off of this sprawling metallic and steam-driven interior, thundering like you are just singing through a massive steam-powered maintenance closet.
It took the midnight train.
Going anywhere.
I'm waiting for one of them to respond. Sing in a smoky room.
Even the animal presence seems to further silence in response to your singing.
For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting
Up and down.
the boulevard, the shadow.
As you sing, you do get a better sense of the sort of...
"Can the rest of us hear angels sing?"
You see Angel's head poked through this gem, and you can see her chest rising and gradually falling through extended and strenuous use of her lungs, though the rest of her muscles don't necessarily seem to be exhibiting any signs of stress. You do not hear her, though.
Working hard to get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill.
Roll a performance check for shits and giggles.
Okay, thank you. 18 plus lots. That's 25.
25.
That's in my base.
At your base.
18 plus 25.
Oh, 18
18
plus
plus-
25. Excuse me. Yeah.
18 plus 25.
43?
Yeah.
Okay, so notably, you see a skittish-looking, looks to be brass dragon hatchling slowly starting to poke its head around the corner in response to your singing. Another dragon trying to pull it back and keep it out of sight. Still looking no older than it. Though notably a clear sort of copper tone to its scales. Very clearly trying to pull it away. The natural scale tone very easily kind of blending in with this environment. But of course, it's 43. One of them, at 2 years old, can't help themselves. It's a fun new sound. It sounds happy. The other one's super cautious and trying to keep it away. And it's not working. It is that unnatural 2-year-old strength in the body of a dragon.
Oh my god!
Yes.
Straining to get a better ear for this sound while another also desperate, unnatural 2-year-old strength is trying to hold it back.
With an unstoppable force,
She got
immovable
a
object.
baby dragons in her hair. Let one of the baby dragons out. Playing anything to roll the dice, and they're singing in Draconic. It goes on and on and on and on.
Oh my god, she's got a chorus!
Notably, the dragonettes in your hair, while they do not themselves speak, they can still grunt in harmony and add rhythm
My kids
to your serenade.
Draconic, Joe. They live in my hair.
Right, I'm saying the dragonettes. They act as instrumentals to add to your singing.
Yeah.
It is animalistic instrumentals, to be sure, but it is instrumentals nonetheless.
There's kids in my hair.
And I'd say with that performance, your little kids are also, of those that are in your hair, slowly adding to this as well. For any of them that falter in their skills and performance, it is by and large overtaken by the fucking 43 that you rolled. Even someone who sounds like their singing is someone trying to slowly kill a cat sounds good when blanketed by what you are doing.
Yeah.
And there is still that sort of resistance and pull and strain when slowly you are hearing this metallic approach. You are hearing this metallic approach slowly making its way over, and you can see this steam-driven, metallically built, what looks to be kobold in physique and proportion, but dragonborn in size and scale, automaton making its way toward you with aggressive intent.
Tweet
It raises its arm as its hand splits open, and it's going to go ahead and fire a steam cannon at you. I'm going to go ahead and have you roll me a dex save. You have advantage, as all you really need to do is pull yourself out of this place to avoid it.
Ooh, natural 20 for that one. We gotta do something with this. I'm gonna put my head back in right after it. Woo!
How quickly?
Yeah, right after he does that.
How quickly? I'm talking in terms of seconds. How quickly?
In less than 2 seconds? Joe, I can literally kindle this.
Okay, a steam cone takes 6 seconds to go off, so you immediately poke your head back in right to a cone of steam. Since you're poking your head right... Yes, since you're poking your head right back into it, you unfortunately do take... .26 fire damage.
She's immune to fire.
Immune to fire.
26 curling hair treatment from blistering hot steam.
All the kids are like back in the necklace. They're like, the minute that thing was starting to attack, it was like, nope, Mom said no.
Nope.
Noting that you seem to shrug that off, you hear it load up inside of that wrist, and does a...
Okay, just give Mom the necklace so she can relax.
27 hit you.
That's like asking, does a 30 hit you? But no, it doesn't hit me.
A 27 doesn't hit you.
No.
Okay.
Not with this spell up.
Dragonheart.
A brass-bound crossbow bolt exits the wrist of this thing and embeds itself into the stonework immediately next to your head, shearing off a little bit of your hair, but missing you.
There's going to be a draconic growl that comes from the bottom part of her thing. She's going to actually use draconic growl. It should cause fear.
It is a construct and immune to fear. The observing wormlings, however, are not. And I should say hatchlings at this age. So...
They're not in range, Joe. They're not in full range.
The dragon roar is 120 feet.
That's only if I'm letting it come out like that. Dragon growl is not the same thing as dragon roar.
What's the range on dragon growl?
5 feet.
Okay, yeah. Construct is immune to fear. It seems unaffected and unabated. As noting that you don't seem affected by the bolt or the steam, it instead just curls its hand into a fist as it reconstructs its arm and decides to throw a haymaker at your face.
I'm going to step inside the space, Joe.
Fully?
No, I'm going to keep a foot outside because I'm not dumb.
Okay.
I have not uncursed this item yet to get them out of here.
Notably, you are seeing Angel step more of her body into the space, and her muscles are notably 10-step, at least in a little bit more stress, given the situation. Okay, that also misses you.
I'm going to use command.
Command is a charm effect. As a construct, it is also immune to charm.
No, it's a common. It's immune to charm. Give me a minute. Let me think. Just give me 2 seconds, Joe. You're not giving me 2 seconds to even think.
I'm telling you that what you're trying ain't working, so try again.
I'm gonna take a bolt of ribbon from my pocket.
Cool.
I'm going to tie this automaton's legs together.
A la AT style?
Yeah.
Okay, so this will still follow the rules of a grapple and then restrain check. This will be 2 athletics checks on separate turns. So, we'll start with that first athletics check to grapple the damn thing.
16 plus 18 equals
34.
okay.
Yeah, it's not beating that. So you manage to, for a moment, hold it in place. Now, it's going to take another swing at you, first of all, before you can get to restraining it. So,
Okay.
28 hit you.
28 meets my DC.
Meets or beats is how it's got to hit. So,
Oh,
that is 20 bludgeoning damage, as immediately you feel jointed brass make contact straight with your ear and crush into your head. You are immediately met with the sensation of tinnitus as your brain gets rocked to a side of your skull, and you have to collect yourself for a moment.
Joe, it's Dragonheart. I have the higher DC allows me not to my brain to have it in effect.
Right. This was me narrating just how the hit happened, and this was me not suggesting an injury.
Yeah, I know, but that's what you say becomes the injury, so...
Right. I'm strictly speaking, I'm not incurring an injury on this. This was just where it hit you, and I was narrating the nature of the impact. Fair?
Mm-hmm. Do I get my next turn?
It has multi-attack. Since it missed, its multi-attack did not go off initially. So, it misses there and cannot continue its multi-attack. So, right after it makes contact with your fucking skull, starting with your ear, and immediately you are met with brief tinnitus, you wisen up to being this fucking close to the damn thing, and immediately duck away, and I'm assuming immediately diving in under that throw with the ribbon. So go ahead and roll your next athletics check to try and restrain this thing.
Natural 20.
Let's see if it crits. 10, it does not. And you manage to tie it down. I'm assuming especially kind of tangling that ribbon up in its gears to kind of really tighten down on its movement. As it's...
Yeah. Hit me again, and I take your head off with my teeth.
It's going to try to headbutt you.
Does not compute.
That misses. And notably, that might have been a little rougher because, of course, this thing is still modeled after a kobold, which means it does have horns. But it missed. And I think at least given what you are now at least halfway sticking your body into, let's say this would be considered a dungeon.
Over at Venestra, I think it's a cursed object. I think the reason that they can't come out is because it's cursed.
As you poke your head back out? This is the first mention of anything within that you've mentioned so far.
Can you uncurse this? There's an entire city in here. I want to be able to walk in without getting stuck.
Not quite. From what you could tell, it doesn't seem like the full scale of a city. But there is something of large mass inside.
Vinestra said, "Move aside and let me enter."
No, you're gonna get stuck. I know you're gonna get stuck. Please, I need somebody who can...
Elaborate on what you mean.
They can't get out. You go inside, you're gonna get stuck inside.
You're gonna get stuck. The reason they can't come out is because you're gonna get stuck. I said use remove curse in the object. It
that's
survived the
still not-
stomach of a dragon. There's a reason. I can't get these baby dragons out if you don't use remove curse.
Okay, also first time now that you're out of it mentioning a baby dragon. So now you know there's baby dragons in there. It's a large, possibly, apparently city in there. And apparently they're trapped inside.
Let me OOC check the spell list.
I think she has that.
I have.
I also have not explicitly stated whether or not this thing is cursed.
Okay, using an Arcana check. Can I tell if this is cursed because you told me do I move my whole self in it? I'm not gonna put my whole self in it. I'm not that dumb.
Roll an Arcana. Let's see if you
Can
understand.
Amira check if the object is cursed?
By all means, Arcana from Amira, which is a natural 20 by default because of what Amira's whole feat shtick do.
19 plus 16.
35. 35. It doesn't seem explicitly cursed. Whatever passageway to an extra dimensional space lies within seems sealed from within. You didn't find any doorways. Now, that said, you're fairly confident that brand new baby dragons don't know something like demiplane that they can use to exit something like this.
Mom is probably inside. Either there or she's hurt. Might be it. Or dead. Or dead.
There's a yellow dragon's horde. Those are not good dragons.
Hey, Venestra, this is an extra dimensional space. Is there any way we can
And I will say this above board to go ahead and help with Angel processing some realizations. It's been 2 years since you've even touched this thing, and those little dragon hatchlings looked about 2 years old.
Venestra, please. I need to just dismantle this interdimensional space. There's stuff inside of it protecting these kids. Your mom's probably missing them. Either that or they're not alive anymore.
Now, again, those two hatchlings were two explicitly different scale colors. One copper, one brass.
That's even worse!
That's even worse, Joe.
Vinestra said, then let me enter there and I can get out.
Oh yeah, she can walk out.
Damn it.
Walk this way! Sorry.
Like, Angel's gonna walk out, considering that now walk in because now she knows Venestra can walk to where she is if she walks in.
Okay.
Ugh.
Entering within. Now you are kind of full body met with that sort of, again, reptile exhibit aroma intermingling with the steam, intensified by the heavy brass. And you get this, you already know by the nature of this smell, this kind of aroma doesn't really happen unless something's been living there for at least a little while. And it's been poorly cleaned at best.
Do I smell that?
Based on their roles, no. So fucking somehow, no.
So
Well,
she's going to walk around to where she's
technically, actually. Okay. You walk by and approach where you found the pair. They are now absent. The full medium-sized kobold-based automata is still wrapped up in ribbon.
She looks over at. She looks at the kobold. Where are they?
It doesn't answer. Notably, at least now that you're getting a better look at it, you, Venestra, as well, there are elements to its structure that seem explicitly damaged, particularly around its throat, chest, and head.
Okay. I'm guessing they couldn't eat it. I guess I'm gonna have to eat this beautiful steak that I brought here all by myself.
No response.
Smells She's basically gonna start cooking a big old haunch with her mini pot. Make a little mini fire. Mmm.
This poorly ventilated, sort of self-contained area, at least in
Vinestra
this area,
said,
begins to fill with
V
smoke.
is going to call out in Draconic. Food is ready, come eat.
Roll a persuasion with disadvantage. Well, flat roll, sorry, because Angel is also explicitly cooking something. That is absolutely giving off an aroma that's being intensified by the fact that this place is filled with fucking steam and is therefore carrying aroma throughout the complex.
What you got, Vinestra, for that persuasion? Persuasion.
I will say the DC is raised by the fact that these
28.
fucks
28.
didn't raise past 28. It is raised by the fact that they don't understand language. At 28, though. The food,
28 though.
the recognition of the previous singing voice. You hear the pitter-patter of not only 2 sets of draconic feet, but 5. Previous brass dragon that was drawn in and curious. The copper that still cautiously was trying to hold it back and still kind of is, though very much is a little more now, so just kind of following the leader of the line, very much kind of biting their tail. In part dragging them back, and also in part, like, at this point, I have no other choice but to follow.
It's a Bannock haunch. He's gonna say it in Draconic.
There is no understanding or recognition.
He's
Behind-
mentally, I'm gonna mentally connect.
Behind the
Until-
behind the copper dragon. I do have to finish, because I did mention there were 5 sets.
Okay.
Behind the copper dragon. There is a chrome dragon hatchling, again, looks to be similar age. A gold dragon hatchling. And then finally,
Am I writing this down?
No, I wasn't thinking about that. Hold on.
Hold on. Let me get a pen and pad. I don't have my pen. Hold on.
hold the door!
Sorry. You said grass. And I need an actual pen. That says Sharpie. That's gonna make my brain go. Ow, I hurt myself. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm good. Brass. Chrome. Copper. Gold. Okay.
Okay. Brass, copper, gold, chrome.
Yeah.
The last one, a slightly heavier set of footfalls, and surrounded by, as if herding, a swath of Draco chickens. Drickens, if you will.
What
Looks to be a slightly older, if bigger by comparison, maybe 3 or 4 years old, literal years. Lunar dragon.
Oh my god.
Missing its wings, where there are clear, scarred gashes on either side of its body, where the wounds have long since scarred and healed over. As well as, notably, the tail has also been snubbed, and the horns have been snapped off.
She's going to reach out telepathically.
To which one?
I don't know. The lunar dragon?
You don't get a registry of language, but you do get an immediate raw sensation of caution, fear, and hesitation. None of them are strictly hungry. As you can tell, the only sort of barest recognition of a word registering anything similar to food is what they've attached to all these chickens.
She's going to pull out...
But the smell of something like this is unique. It's new. The scent of it cooking is also fascinating.
She's going to pull out the gold dragon. That is also 2-year-old by comparison, since the other ones grew up to about 2.
Yeah, which now also comparing them to your 2-year-olds, these hatchlings do seem slightly younger, just 2 is the nearest kind of ballpark, which does suggest, especially, they likely hatched in the time that you left the horde the fuck alone.
But not the lunar one.
No. The lunar one hatched before you found it.
She's going to give
And while that yellow dragon was alive.
She's going to give it a mental image of the yellow dragon and what she did to the yellow dragon.
The moment it gets an image of the yellow dragon, it's no longer approaching. It immediately turns around and just bolts. And is gone from sight.
I'm gonna... Archimedes?
Yes.
I need you to go bring me that dragon that just ran off.
You want me to go and get it and get it? Are you sure?
It's 4 years old. It just needs a friend to bring it back.
I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't recognize me as food.
She looks over. She puts it. She pulled out one of her dragon kids.
Vinestra said, "I'll go get it."
Aurelia, do me a big favor. Go get the baby dragon.
Vinestra just said she'd go get it.
Bring it back to me, please, Vinestra. And save the other eggs. I need to heal its wings. She's gonna start out with the baby clicking noises that happen with the dragons. And feed them a little bit of food at a time.
Vi's going to go out and track the baby going full mother dragon on the whelpling.
Cool. Vinestra, go ahead and give me a survival. Angel, give me an animal handling, because at this age, might as well be.
You're not wrong!
Well, with a 17 plus, it's a 20 right now, Joe. My animal handling is pretty high right now.
37, fantastic.
Nat 20 plus 18.
Fucking A, okay. So, we'll start with Angel here, and then we'll get to Vinestra, what you get as you begin to venture through this complex. So, first of all, Angel.
Okay.
37. So, every single one of these little dragonlings are skittish as shit, most likely taught by proximity by the lunar dragon. Justifiably, right? It is It is an effort to
Was
get
that her baby
them.
dragon?
Yeah,
She
that
was
that helps. It is nonetheless an effort, especially given the sheer scale of unfamiliarity that they're dealing with, but they do manage to relax, settle into, and eat. They don't seem to be immediately distrustful of you and in the mood to retreat. Notably, with the presence of your children, they do seem to be also generally warming to your presence as well. With a 37, I will grant you that very easily.
Is there any way I can impart dragon language on them? I know that dragons do it. I know that mother dragons do it specifically.
I'd say with that roll, easily you can have been beginning that process. And the easiest things to start with are, them understanding basic things like this is food, this is baby, right?
This is food.
So you already begin to impart that knowledge. With that as well, as far as the exchange that you're getting, even in basic sense, even in basic telepathic sense, they don't have names for each other. They have distinctions for each other based on scale color, which is to say, for whatever grasp of language they have, you're gold, you're copper, that kind of thing. It's not a proper experience of names, because what need would they have for that? For separating others of their similar appearance.
She's going to pull out Hope, who's basically kind of won over every dragon she's ever met. Oh, Hope is actually in Ormer right now. Never mind. Hope's in Ormer.
Mom, I'm on vacation. Why did you bring me to this musty, steam-filled basement?
She's gonna actually try. She's gonna have Aurelia talk to them in the dragon language.
Cool. All right. That will add progress to that. Now, moving on to Venestra tracking down the lunar dragon. Natural 20. With that, it's easy enough to track down the sound of a retreating dragon. As quick as it is, you are large, you are fast, you are quick, you are familiar, you have an ability through your growth in magic that allows you to move faster than most things over who gives a fuck amounts of distance.
How many miles? Yeah.
And so it's easy enough to track that down. Now, notably, you are blitzing and blasting past a couple of other, notably completely non-functional and broken down similar kobold automata as you pass by and follow after this dragon. And you are beginning to see elements of scattered bits of treasure as you follow through and rush through, finding basically elements of the horde of this supposed yellow dragon that was in this place as you are heading, as you realize, closer and closer toward that epicenter. And this is where also that sort of scent of soil starts to get stronger, where you're realizing also as well there's a fecal aroma to it. But with that, you begin to see sort of patches of what were largely decorative and sort of jeweled, like massive chests and cauldrons and things that have been repurposed effectively to be sort of massive garden pots. And there are greens and plant life that are growing out of them, that are growing viable foodstuffs even in this place, and vinery that are growing off of them, fruits that are being tended to by similarly heavily damaged sort of kobold automata. But that's the furthest thing from your objective, is when you finally start to see piles of coin. You see this lunar dragon mostly having burrowed itself into it, if not for that little snub of a tail still sticking part way out of the pile. very clearly shaking.
He's just about to cry right now. I'm just gonna cry when she gets a hold of those kids. He's like, I will take care of him. I'm so sorry. I didn't even know you were in there. Ah!
Yeah, they rolled insanely well on their death saves, so my justification was they damaged the guard automata to the point where their programming defaulted to protect the horde. That included the eggs and what hatched out of them, so the damage meant, okay, we have to find a way to feed these things, so let's hatch the Draco chickens and let's try and cultivate what we can in here. And also, let's very aggressively defend against any invaders.
So we're going to be able to open this horde and they'll be fine.
Vinestra said, Vi's going to gracefully extricate the whelpling from the rubble using a specific hold to try and keep a whelpling calm.
Okay. Yeah, based off of your own experience being a full-on-ass, long-lived dragon, go ahead and roll me an animal handling check. Your DC will be slightly lowered. Again, it's normally high because of the sheer amount of trauma right now that this thing is trying to defend itself from. It's been lowered a little bit just from going off of that experience basis. And also, I'd say even just on top of that, what you've observed in how Angel handles her own draconic kids as well, stacked on top of that.
$21.
Take care of this baby.
$21. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
You drag this lunar dragon out. It is a struggle and a fight, and there are draconic growls and screeches. 21 was not quite enough, but you have a handle on them, and I will say you have enough of a handle that they're not going to be able to get out of your grasp. And given your AC and their modifiers, they're not going to be able to roll high enough to hit you unless they roll some crits, as they are absolutely trying to scratch and bite. They're scared shitless, but again, you have them, even with that, in a much better position than others would. So, even still, I'm going to roll to see just in case they do crit, and you do get bit. That's a no. And I'm rolling these as I'm assuming you're just kind of walking back with them. And I would say in holding them already, you gather, this is a girl. Nat 1 accidentally scratches herself. Doesn't roll high enough. And I'd say this will be the last roll set of 4 in just frantic, scared as shit attempts before you effectively get back near Angel. There's exactly 1 crit there.
Vinestra said, V is going to try and persuade through body language to calm and soothe the skittish child.
Animal handling with disadvantage with that natural 20 as it's flailing and trying to get at you, trying to get away, finally manages to kind of bite down right into your thigh, and you feel those small wormling teeth sink in, that small needle-like sharpness immediately kind of tear in, just kind of at that soft point of your armor where the plating doesn't quite meet the rest of the wrapping.
I nice 22 nat 20.
Hell yeah, and you only take 2 piercing damage. As you do with that, I'd say the soothing, I'd say, comes more so from the sort of stern reaction, combined with the every conceivable effort you've made to show that you're not going to harm this poor thing. There still comes that firmness that finally looks like still scared shitless, but now regretful, wide-eyed look of kind of releasing your leg, with blood kind of marking her teeth. And you even realize some of that blood is more so kind of from her gums jamming into the sort of mail on your armor, as much as it is from also your own flesh. And yeah, since that was kind of right when you'd gotten back to Angel, you are there to kind of see that exchange and that realization kind of happen and release.
Just going to run our hand over the little one's head. Just the top of it. It's gonna show, Angel's gonna mentally show her regrowing her horns. And regrowing her wings. And her tail. And ask for permission. Gonna cock her head to the side like cats and birds do.
Roll an animal handling, and I will say because of all of the good rolls that Angel has done to try and pacify her, this will be with advantage. Sorry, that Venestra has done to pacify her. Angel, that Venestra has done to pacify her. Natural 20. Okay, great. So back-to-back natural 20s effectively there. There is an acceptance in that also very much registers as also the body finally kind of just being too exhausted to keep struggling and very much relenting into do whatever you're going to do.
He's going to use Revivify. Is it Revivify?
Regenerate for regenerating lost parts of a body.
He's going to use regeneration.
Okay. Notably, regeneration doesn't exactly feel good. I mean, you're regrowing whole parts of your body. You can feel muscles stretching and rapidly healing into place, but
before I cast it, Joe, I want to put one of those gummy worms that I give for my kids when I'm going to do something that's going to hurt, like giving them a shot.
Okay.
You've told us that magical healing of any form is very fucking painful.
Yep.
That's why the kids get gummy worms.
Regeneration in particular fucking sucks because it's putting something back that hasn't been there for a while.
So she's going to give them a gummy worm that's going to numb out their sensitivities. And then just hand them the gummy worm and let them eat it.
Piper didn't totally make gummy worm anesthesia for babies or
also,
anything.
let me double check because I believe Regenerate does have limitations for how long the limb's been gone. Let's see.
I didn't think that Regenerate had an expiration.
Okay. Yeah. In Legacy rules, which are the rules we use.
The rules are whatever we want them to be. No, I'm kidding.
There are no limitations. Okay. I think there may be maybe some house rule limitations that I'd encountered that I was conflating that with. So no limitations on that. Cool. Yeah. Now it takes 1 minute to cast. After 2 minutes, any given limb will regrow. Now with that, let's see here. Is there any stipulation for, can it be multiple limbs? Does it stipulate one limb at a time? Severed body members. Okay. Members plural? So just dismemberment in general. All right. Cool. I just sat on myself.
Oh, no. Are you okay?
Are you okay? We're still to play D&D. Take a deep breath.
Vinestra said, the jewels have been attacked by a dragon.
It heard itself in its
Hold
confusion.
on, I have to go say hi to a
It
bebe.
was super effective.
Come on, Joe.
Also dibs on taking care of the lunar dragon.
No, I've already called them all.
Y'all
That's
can
why I
take
asked
turns
to bring
like
it
you
back.
did with the fucking kobold. It's fine.
We can take turns.
Nupve got bit.
I understand you got bit, but that was a roll. That doesn't mean that they own you.
Pet parent rule.
Nope. 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 That's
Y'all-
not how that works.
Y'all can hash that out in character. But
It can be a two-part relationship parent thing.
every time I do that, my future kids lose an IQ point, and I'm pretty sure they need special ed now.
Joe, come on, let's go. Go, Joe.
So,
Deep breath. Let's go.
good lord.
Miss Mia. Hey, Miss Mia.
You cast Regenerate. Now,
Nugget.
regardless of who gets to parent these dragons, I would assume Vinestra is still very much kind of holding the lunar dragon down because regeneration is not pleasant. It's going to be necessary for this part. So,
No, the gummy worm makes it extremely pleasant. We've had to get this down to a dosage.
fair enough.
Piper experimented for long amounts of time.
Okay,
On
so
my body.
Vinestra said, yep, V is going to swaddle the lunar dragon while it's dozed up still.
fair enough. And the lunar dragon has been given gummy dilaudid. So,
Low dowded them.
with that, it's interesting as you kind of watch sort of a passage of time with this regeneration as it occurs. First, you watch the tail grow. Initially, it's sort of at that initial kind of hatchling age where it's small, maybe no bigger than a pencil, and begins to steadily grow in to be sort of relative to your own physical size. Sort of still pink against the flesh as scales fight to grow in against it and grow into an age that this extension of the body never really had the chance to experience. And then the wings.
I'll turn music on right now.
Those sort of concave gashes where the wings were, where they were very clearly, as you're now kind of getting a better look at the patterning of the wounds, bitten off.
Ay!
Begin to sort of stitch together and grow in to a steady, graceful long set of wings with that in parallel. Horns beginning to sort of shoot forth and sort of steadily flake off layer by layer, like sort of shedding keratin as it steadily grows to size. With that as well, you're also seeing sort of elements of even the nose, which you hadn't even realized wasn't like just a trait and an affectation of the face shape, but even the nose was in part like nipped off as it grows back into place. And slowly but surely, through the drugged groans of confusion from her, these limbs settle in. And it's a combination of confusion, fear, relief, pain, so many different emotions out of all of this unfamiliarity, this kindness, which none of them have really understood what proper, intelligent compassion actually was, There's just confused tears that have been falling from her face the entire time. And you are muted.
Looks a bit Banastra. She's the first time she says this out loud. My dragon, my spoils, my kids, my problem.
Which, to be fair, as far as the in-character discussion there, the way Angel defines her horde, it is very much around children and people. So
Which
that's
is not
going
a
to be...
bad thing.
I don't mind if you share the raising of this child.
It's going to be an argument of instincts right there.
It's my horde. It's part of my horde.
I killed this thing. I climbed up its nose and killed it. I get its spoils.
As weird as that sounds.
I did climb up its nose and kill it.
No, I'm saying the spoils considering they're children.
They would have been spoils.
Like I said, as weird as that sounds. It wasn't, like, denying. I was just saying it sounds weird, but it's true. Meanwhile, Piper's still candling eggs, giving... The decision was to give Navarre the bad eggs, right?
Vinestra said, pretty sure children are not spoils. We can look after her together.
Let me put it to you this way. My life was risked in the killing of said dragon, so therefore I will take care of at least the kids. I don't mind if we share on taking care of her. But right now she's gonna need siblings to calm down. So I'm going to do the one thing that dragons do and give birth. But I'm going to give you something in the same process.
And that is...
You'll see.
Now, with that, I will say this space, again, entirely due to the really, really fucking good death save rolls from the Dragonlings here, is a neutralized dungeon that you guys can freely access, and acts as an extra-dimensional space. Similar in size, by the way, to a Magnificent Mansion spell, although its scope in what it has inside of it is a little more limited. This will be, for all intents and purposes, referred to as the Vaults of Brass.
Okay.
Are we gonna send Piper in to look over the horde? Oh my god, why can't this close? God damn.
Okay, yeah, no, hold on just a second, Joe.
Yep.
Okay, ow, 1. Ugh. 3. That's 3.
Joe? You read it?
Notably very cool, Nostria. And then...
Try the rules of what I'm able to do from study.
You can certainly try. The degree of foreign factor there. And also foreign nature of the magic involved means it may or may not work.
Okay, give it a shot.
I'd say that may also be better seated with also a conversation for better understanding with the target template, if that makes sense.
I'm just gonna use secondary polymorph spell.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, aside from that, before we get to that, I would like to get into what you guys do end up finding in that horde, if you'd like.
Now, can we do that? Can we at least get these kids out and then work on that horde? Because I want Amber to be here if we're going to talk about horde numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Because I would like to give birth first and then put horde numbers in for Amber because she likes the numbers. Makes her happy. Oh, I don't know how to do that. Abby!
Yeah. Oh shit. Am I muted?
No.
Nope. We can hear you.
Okay. Yes.
So here's a question.
What?
I'm planning on giving birth to the dragons. Joe wants to drop what's in this horde. I wanted you to be here for what's in the horde.
Okay, I can't write anything down right now.
Okay, so can you wait on that and let me give birth to dragons first, Joe? So
Okay.
Amber can be here. And that's
Let's get the dragon birds out of the way then.
She takes the black dragon egg first and she looks over at Nicodemus, and Nicodemus knows her heart and her brain.
Mm.
She looks over at Venestra and taking her hand shifts into Venestra's exact shape.
For your dragon form?
Yeah, for the first one. I can take the
Okay.
secondary one in a minute.
So you want to turn the black dragon egg into whatever type of dragon Venestra is.
It would have such a better life if it was her.
Aw,
Okay, interesting.
cute. Safe.
Nick, I need you to put the egg up there. So I'm gonna also do the thing after she shifts the egg into the same scale shape that she has at the moment.
Yep. Nick does not hesitate when being told to put something inside of you.
Gross.
Now I need to roll to hatch this thing.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
I am also going to be right next to Venestra, and the first thing this dragon is going to see is Venestra's face.
Okay.
Okay, natural 19. For which one?
This is the black one, obviously.
Yes.
Con save.
It's
Okay.
a natural 19. Joe.
Oh my god, a con save, she passed!
Which means this goes smoothly and rather painlessly. Now, that is to say, laying an egg and kind of incentivizing it to hatch is less of a harrowing experience than birthing something. Particularly when you decide to shift to the body of a full-ass sized dragon, particularly of Venestra's scale in dragon form. So,
I also changed the scale type of this one by permanently polymorphing it. I've got several scale scrolls of that.
Polymorph it into whatever Venestra is, which is what, navy blue?
I think so. Now, notably,
Venestra said, deep navy blue.
very cool.
Okay.
Also with those notable, I believe, tufts of fur that are present on it as well. As you shift to that form, your variation on this draconic physique does, of course, naturally have your heterochromia. And where those sort of tufts of fur are present on Venestra, it does kind of have that sort of same highlighted pinks and blues running through it, natural to sort of your own physical patternings. As such, the same is present out of what eventually hatches from this egg. There's still initially that hint of sort of sour aroma from what was left of the black dragon essence in the shell. But then it settles into easy enough to do. And what's left is almost this aroma of evening dew, like a nighttime rain.
Before the baby dragon can look back at her, she shifts into that big pink form with Nicodemus. So it only recognizes Venestra as its mother.
Its eyes immediately look toward Venestra for recognition and immediately imprint upon it. Notably, it does have heterochromia, similar to Angel, previously, of course. One bright, sort of vibrant, rose-tinted eye. The other still notably black from whatever its previous nature. But any essence of that instinct, that oppressive, venomous, twisted cunning, absent in its eyes, and only a youthful curiosity. Notably,
Is it a female or a male? Was that the question?
it is male.
Wow. I knew that was going to be a problem.
But this is a fresh hatchling, so understanding of anything is not. That's the full sentence.
That took a second.
She looks over at Nicodemus. I have to change their colors first. She leans over and polymorphs each one of these eggs into their permanent polymorph forms and changes them into what is not love dragons, but changes them into gems according to their type.
Gems according to their type. Okay, which one do you start with?
We're going to go with the ruby first,
Okay, red to ruby.
and then emerald. And emeralds are really smart,
Notably,
like super smart.
you attempt to shift the body to ruby and find a barrier in that nature, as if your attempt to dip into something divine. The closest thing you can shift it toward is garnet for that color.
I'll go with that. I don't hate that.
Sardior, the original gem dragon whom Merphis is an echo of, was the ruby dragon. Not A,
Oh, okay,
the...
so that's why people. That's why we're not able to use it. Okay, get it.
Correct.
Oh, that's why you didn't buck me when I said ruby Tarask, because it's not the same thing as a ruby dragon.
Yeah, Tarasks are a different thing entirely. They're not dragons. They're titan monstrosities.
They're horrors of the night.
They're world-ending Godzilla fuck you monsters.
They're kaijus.
Next one you shift toward emerald. And the next one you shift a...
I'm going to give it the ability to shift out of that glassy state
You know what?
by making it like my changeling.
Okay. You attempt to impart some form of malleability unto this rare form of draconic essence.
Yeah.
And you find a whisper from the cosmos. A face briefly peeling into your periphery. Made of porcelain. These dragons are rare.
I want him to live. I want them to live.
Under your care They will. That I'm confident of.
But I want them to be seen.
To any that manage to, they will be made legends.
To every one of their siblings, I want them to be seen.
Of course, their siblings will see them.
Oh, shoot.
Don't deprive the world of a legend so rare.
No. The malleability would make them more rare.
They're as rare as can be.
Okay, I'll birth it the way it is then. She's like, I'll take that. Like with the gold dragon, she's like, whatever. She's like,
I
I'm fine
am
with the
what
gold
I
dragon.
am.
I'll take
that's
what I
not
can
worth
get.
anything.
I'm a shiny god. No, you're just a dragon. I'm a god. You're just a dragon.
I'm a shiny god. You're a baby dragon. I'm a shiny god.
I'll get some kobolds. They'll call me a god. You'll see.
Oh my God.
See? You get it.
She brings the lunar dragon close. So she pulls the little baby dragon out of Vanesha's arms with the top of her like baby dragons. So you pick up a dragon with your teeth kind of thing. Gently mom picks it up, puts it down.
Marl.
Puts it down. As if to say watch. And she's going to give birth to the dragons in succession. That's what she's going to do.
Okay. Going through each of the normal ones, gem after gem. You've been through that song and dance. The interesting one is the Phantom Scale. As when that one hatches, it's almost... It's not just hard to see. It's hard to hear. Every cry, every growl, a whisper on the wind, every step, the barest hint of an echo.
You are so lucky they gave me the ability to see invisible things.
Funny thing is, it's not even a magically imparted invisibility. This wouldn't collapse under an anti-magic field. It's just part and parcel with their being, and it's... You get even from that just how dangerous a dragon like this, should they reach full growth, could be.
And they're going to reach full growth, god damn it.
And even just attached like this, you notice a not an instability, but a rapidity to their movement. That's just, there's also a speed component to this dragon naturally. You can tell raising this is going to be a challenge, but it's not like you're unafraid of that. As far as whatever their scale color was originally, even as what you've read explained, from what they are, there's no way of really knowing, as what they are effectively diverts from whatever the hell their parent was in the first place and becomes something unique unto themselves.
So the question is, Joe, which ones are females and which ones are males? I've got like a sheet out.
Let's go down the list, and I'll tell you with the dice rolls.
please. Please, Joe.
Start. Start from the top.
Okay. You want to start with the garnet, or you want to start with the other ones that were in the other thing?
Garnet. Garnet's a girl. GG.
Okay.
Next.
Emerald? I'm hoping for a girl because your mother.
Emerald's a girl.
Okay.
Shame. If it was a boy, it would have been named Emerald Lagasse, the Emerald Dragon. I'm kidding, though. Still, an Emerald Dragon that says bang when trying to cook something would be funny. Next.
Clear.
Clear.
Mm-hmm.
Also a girl.
I was thinking it was a boy the way you were describing that.
Yeah, evens are boys, odds are girls, and that's 3 odd rolls in a row. I'm using 3 different dice types, mind you. I'm switching dice type for each roll here, because it's just evens odds. And this is just what the dice gods are saying. For the gold.
For the first gold.
It's a golden girl.
So that's okay. Well, I mean, I have a boy for the other one, so you're fine.
There was a brass, plastic, stone, tiger's eye.
Vinestra said, also to clarify, what did Angel do with one of the kids that involved Vi's form?
That one's still with you.
Okay.
That's a boy.
That's with you. That's a boy. And he's exactly like you.
Mostly.
Mostly. Except for the pink eyeball.
And the black other eyeball. But you know what they say, pink is the new black.
You're gonna be so edgy. Now I can hear. All I heard in my head.
I mean, yeah, they're gonna be edgy. Their mom is a reflavored warlock. But either way, it's a joke. I'm kidding. Either way, next one.
Tonight will be the night that I will fall for you over again.
So let's go with the brass, because the brass was the first one I saw.
Brass, talkative chatterbox is there. Really interested by your song. Brass is a boy.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Pretty girl, son. What are you doing, you idiot? Copper's also a boy.
Okay. And the chrome? Because the chrome is not staying with me. I know where the chrome is going.
Chrome is a girl.
Yeah, we're gonna send her. We know where we're going. We know where she's going.
Green chrome dragon. That's with our doggo, other doggo man.
Dunarg?
Dunarg, yes.
Dunarg, you know how you already have kids? Yeah. Here's another one. Why?
Meanwhile, his wife, mine.
Come here. You're mine now.
Oh, okay. What about, so we had the brass. What's the brass? Brass.
We already did the brass. Brass and copper were boy and boy.
What about gold?
Gold was a girl. Golden girl.
No, there were 2 golds. There were 2 golds. There was one that said
the other gold's a boy.
Okay. And then for the last one, which is the lunar dragon, you said was already female.
Yes.
I think.
Already a girl.
Oh, wait a minute.
She's like, I'm going to have to make sure you can speak Draconic before I give you to your mom, though. She looks at the Chrome Dragon. I already got 4 Chrome Dragons, and they're all... One of them's running Chrome Dragon.
Ah.
Wobba Fett.
Wow, that
I don't know where Wobba
Ah.
came from.
so dark. All I can hear is Psyduck going, so dark. So dark.
Psyduck shows up and he's got a migraine. Everybody roll an intelligence save. No.
So dark. Where's Psyduck? And then she looks over at Vanessa. He's yours. You get to raise him. From egg to adulthood. I couldn't change his form until I literally birthed him. It was a thing.
Ew.
And then there's the red kobold clutch and a couple of dragonborn eggs. Luckily, kobolds and dragonborn aren't necessarily beholden in behavior to what their skill color is.
No, they're not. We should just send them all to ink and let ink shape them up.
Oh, that'd be
Welcome to my boot camp, bitches. You're all gonna be tavern workers and you're gonna like it.
But what if I wanted to, take a leap here and be a ceramicist?
Then you can make mugs for the tavern.
Vinestra said, "Are we still in the pocket dimension? Pocket dimension?"
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
No, we're not in the pocket dimension within the pocket dimension. We're in your pocket dimension.
We're in your pocket dimension right now.
I mean,
We
you're
are
still
not in the Emerald Stomach.
okay. So you're not in the brass vaults.
No, because I wouldn't be able to give birth in the brass vaults.
Okay.
It stinks.
It's stinky in there.
I
It's
want
not a good
it.
environment for chillins.
Duplicate channel.
So I do have a question for the lunar dragon. Did they finally recognize that I'm a mother of all these other dragons?
Yeah, is a little bit torn between the two of you, torn between you and Vinestra in terms of like guilty over biting Vinestra, and Vinestra still through all of that trying to be caring, and you also straight up giving her wings and her horns back. And her tail.
Because why not?
Smash cut to middle school. I have 2 moms.
I have 2 moms. One is really short, one is
Oh,
really
it's
tall.
pretty tall.
One swaddles me, the other one gives me magic instead of band-aids. Even when I want a princess band-aid.
I was looking for a princess band-aid, Joe.
If she wants a princess band-aid, then she can have a princess band-aid.
Vinestra said, "Might have been wise to consult me on this before making a smaller me, but very well."
Well, it was the only one we could turn it into.
No, she looks over Vinestra. That life of that dragon was going to be very problematic.
It was going
And
to have a
sometimes
milk
with those specific ones, especially when they're that dark, they decide not to change. And you're stuck.
It's like we are lucky we got him to change.
And you have to find somebody to pass it off on.
That little hatchling is just staring deadlocked at Amira.
Amira is not food. Amira is not lunch.
Vinestra said, "Amira will meet their gaze back."
It hasn't blinked. It's trying to open its eyes wider to prevent itself from blinking.
Is it
When
trying to
kids
like?
do that, it's hilarious.
It's trying to do what?
It's trying to open its eyes wider to prevent itself from blinking.
It's not working.
Blink, it'll disappear.
I blink it.
Amira is currently a moving shadowy mass.
It's staring dead focused at the shadow. Cocking its head to the side. The head shaking a little bit while it's still fighting not to blink.
It's like, I won't blink. I won't blink. You blink first. You blink first.
Amira will boop its nose.
Immediately blinks, just... Wow.
Cute.
I'm letting you know, Vanessa, at one point that poor little dragon skull would have been eaten by its acid inside of its body, and it would have been floating around like some scary spectral monster over the entire world.
They don't turn into ghosts, mind you. They are durable enough to be still flying around monstrous fuckers with just exposed fucking skulls.
Terrified. So fun. They look like
We'll need to teach this one how to shift into its baby form. They would look at Angel. Why?
us because that's how that dragon form takes shape.
It also turns and cocks its head, just entirely following your cue, Vanestra, not even really knowing why it's following your cue. Lovey, I don't think that's why she asked why.
Why what?
Why thing 2 when Vanestra already has thing 1?
Because now it has a mini-me, and those other two baby dragons that she has as pets that are like spectral dragons can now have friends. And Flake will have a new friend.
To be fair, if you'd left the black dragon black and we decided to just raise it to be better morally, it would have been the legendary flying super god.
No, God no, God no. She looks
Not
like
Piper and the other horde sneezing. What?
Tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
Vinestra said, V is going to coil her tail around the baby, picking it up. Morvine, why would a dragon's own bodily functions cause it to die? Also, those two ghosts are black dragons.
Well, then they're gonna have fun.
To clarify, yeah, no, it doesn't die, but weirdly enough, I guess the face isn't durable against its own breath weapon.
That's why she's like, save it from the fate of I have no face.
I'm letting you know that thing staring at you with empty eyeballs is like terrifying.
Save it from the fate of having to deal with the Joker story. You want to know how I got these scars?
You wanna know how I lost my eyes?
I sneezed in an enclosed space.
Damn it!
Now, their eyes are also too durable for their breath weapon. They keep their eyes. But everything else...
Just a skull. Why? Because D&D Beyond said so.
Because Cubone.
I have a question, Nicodemus.
Yes.
Can you see our invisible baby?
I can vaguely... the fact that even the veins are that see-through is just... You know what? I hate saying this, but I hope that they get a proclivity for getting into the flower.
We now have 2 transparent children. 2.
Which one was the first one?
The one that was a glass baby that was born made of glass.
Right. Oh, you mean the Inniver,
Vinestra said, V is going to shift her eyes to thermal vision to see if she can see the translucent one.
The thermal vision, notably, you can much more easily glean a shape, though registers as fairly cold.
But I'm just saying, Nicodemus. And it's not a baby from Enniver, Nicodemus.
This isn't a baby from... What did you read in your books? What's the deal?
Our first was not a baby from Enniver.
I was thinking like a layborn from Enniver, because those were usually transparent before you tried to do what you tried to do.
Oh, yeah. No, but that's not where that one came from.
The beginning of Almost, by the way.
Cute.
I have yet to get started on the skirt, and I'm scared.
So, she looks over at Nicodemus. I'm just letting you know. The first one was when we had that really big scare that I was going to lose them.
Yeah.
The one that caused Kismet to get her gold under her eye.
Oh, yeah.
Not Piper just taking her ring of mind shielding so y'all can hear. Technically, no. Kidding. Me.
They've been invisible for a hot minute.
Yeah.
You know what's really funny is trying to feed them baby food when they were little was not fun.
I'm sorry, that was your eye.
Shut up, Nick. When you were tired, you kept almost walking into that kid every single time you give him a bath.
I've tripped over him. I'm sorry, I don't think I ever told you about that. You weren't supposed to.
Oh no.
I made it better with brownies, okay?
What kind of brownies?
Low sugar brownies with cinnamon. We didn't need a kid we could barely see bounce off the walls.
I say that, but I always give him full sugar brownie. What, Nick? What? What you gonna say?
We'll deal with this later.
I don't think we will.
Have you guys all headed out to where Piper is?
Yeah, no, we're gonna go see where Piper is and see what Piper knows.
Yeah, she's still cataloging the red dragon horn.
She's so impressive watching you work, Angel says over to Piper.
Thank you.
Vinestra said, what about the yellow horde?
I want to open that up and look in it. So I don't know how much time we have because we have a limited amount of time.
And Piper's just like, I mean, I should be done handling the bad eggs. Did we want to give the bad eggs to Navarre?
Yes.
All right. Navarre!
Yes.
Sit with the egg in her hand. That's bad. Does he sit?
Yeah.
Tosses it to him.
Snatches that shit out of the air with his tongue, just like a damn frog.
No, not like a frog, like the character from the Rescuers.
That's fair.
Like the one who keeps eating all the eggs. He keeps getting frustrated because he's trying to make eggs.
The fuck is a 3DC bobble? What?
What?
Oh, that's a stitch I'm gonna have to learn. Oh no. Okay. We're okay. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine.
Just say bobble. Ever.
I know, but I'm gonna have to look up a tutorial to see how I'm supposed to do that.
Don't cry, you got this. Angel looks over at Nicodemus. Do you think you're out of the doghouse now? The way you can sleep in the bedroom? I don't know. You might still be in the doghouse.
Woof.
Did he just go?
You can live in the doghouse. You see how it is. Starts to walk away.
Yeah, I'm out of the doghouse, love.
Oh, says who?
Says me.
I don't think that is your decision.
So where's the yellow heart? Y'all want? I can catalog that one, and y'all can go get the building. That's under the water.
You said save our children from problems. She looks over at Vanestra. Vanestra, we will be at the Yellow Horde in just a moment. I'm going to go and fetch something.
Oh, are you?
Looks at the dragon children. Everybody into the necklace because I don't have time.
What?
Joe?
As they all go in easily enough.
She says into the necklace, you guys can watch from the window.
What about the walls?
Stop it!
Never.
She flies out of that room and she flies out as that big dragon, trying to sneak, polymorphing down and then getting big again.
Absolutely. First off, I'll paste some screenshots of purely just the monetary value items that you find in the Horde. It's a lot of fucking money.
Vinestra said, V is going to raspberry the mini her whelp's belly.
Oh, I love doing that to babies. Is it perturbed at being in the belly?
It's initially a mildly horrified screech before it gets kind of forced into this. It's this combination of like a pure baby's laugh and hearing that sort of same kind of roared rumble from a dragon with that sort of same young pitch. It doesn't know what to make of it. And it also wants more, but also really doesn't. And it likes it, and it hates it, and it doesn't know what to think.
Mental stimulation!
Angel dives down into the hole and does the lair sense.
Okay.
Lair.
Casting Claim Lair on the gem when you're down there. I'm going to go ahead and roll 3 structure saves for the outpost. These basically count as... For the gem, no, you are just casting basically as the command word for this to work. This is me seeing if this gem breaks. And as a result, these count as effectively death saves for the structure at large. And if they fail, the structure itself is not captured in the gem. The gem will explode, and then also the structure itself will be damaged and begin to start flooding. Let's see. No, that's a 17 and a 15, so 2 successes and only 1 failure. So I'm going to roll one more time. It's an 11. Okay, cool. So, as you cast Claim Lair, you feel the structure at large start to shake, and you can all kind of see from the boat the ocean start to bubble. Before suddenly...
I wish it wouldn't cut off your talking.
Well, before suddenly... You are now in momentary free fall down about 60 feet onto bare rock and shale. As water starts to kind of fill the void, you are able to catch the gem as it falls down, and you can see sort of this laid out, kind of segmented off series of glassed off in places tunnelways that kind of sit suspended inside of the gem structure. Having successfully sealed it off. Now, before that, did Piper have a chance to go, or sorry, did Violet have a chance to go and inspect some of the fluid? I believe you mentioned that earlier in the session that Violet was going to do that, but then we kind of got diverted into...
We have it collected inside of the thing, so now we can do it when we get to an actual place.
We'll say you've collected a gallon, which would be enough to reasonably test and inspect.
Cool. In a giant jar. One of those big old jars.
Yeah. Which I'd say probably easy enough to do. Probably you just I'd say Violet easily just kind of absconded with like an overflow canister, and it contains about a gallon of the fluid. So, which notably, even just reading what was there, the overflow canisters are there for basically for displacement from whatsoever is inhabiting the containment, what was referred to as the containment bed, but again, at this moment is basically a suspension sarcophagus at this point.
So she's looking over at, She then looks at all three of her children. Everybody into the necklace. I know you're tired. Thank you for doing what you did. I owe you extra cookies. How many extra cookie boxes do you want, Drogo? Because I know you were doing most of the work.
3,000.
You can't have 3,000 boxes.
4,000.
You can't have 4,000 boxes.
You drive a hard bargain, 10,000.
Lower.
Yeah, you cannot have 10,000. Go lower.
9,001.
No. Lower.
1,006.
Lower.
$999.
No. No. Lower.
500.
Limbo lower now.
Lower.
400.
Lower.
300.
Lower.
250.
Are we talking about the number of cookie or number of boxes?
Boxes.
Lower.
125.
Split between all three of you? Sold.
125.
Nope. Split between all three of you. Sold. I'll take it.
125 boxes.
Split between all three of you. I'll take it.
Should have said 200.
So, As far as the Horde, posted all of everything with explicit gold values. Now getting into the mundane things that you find in the Yellow Dragon's Hoard or the Brass Vaults. First of all, naturally, a haiku seemingly written in Draconic by the Yellow Dragon himself. About
What does it
himself.
say?
It's written in
What does it
Draconic. I didn't prepare a haiku. It's a generic message.
Don't say that there's a haiku if you don't have a prep.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't know we were going to go through all the vaults today.
I didn't.
I still haven't gone through the blue, but that's fine.
A kneeling bench, which anyone addressing the
Vinestra
dragon is
said,
required to use.
We also weren't expecting Vi to get an adopted kid to raise.
There you go.
True.
Technically 2 adopted kids, because it's got to be a joint effort on that one.
Blue, no one.
A kneeling bench, which anyone addressing the dragon is required to use. Notably absent of any wear from any knees placed upon it.
Probably because nobody wants to, because fuck that.
A jar with a dead mind flayer tadpole floating inside of it, preserving chemicals.
A giant dead mindful prayer goes above the
Nope, standard size.
Damn it!
Floating in formaldehyde, likely marked as a souvenir.
Souvenir from where? Disney tentacle?
It's a mind flayer tadpole. Could have been any time of the yesteryear era of fucking Zaria.
Where did he get it? 6 tentacles instead of 6 flags?
You know. But the implication there, at least, is that this yellow dragon may have been around before Ormur was sealed off.
Great.
A hogshead, in other words, it's a term for a large cask containing about 65 gallons of clean drinking water. That tap is actively open and pouring into what has now been basically a steadily, not degraded, what's the word I'm looking for? When water degrades stone, fucking a steadily eroded pool, and it is still pouring long past what 65 gallons should contain. And you realize it is a
Never-ending cask.
yeah, it's a never-ending cask of just clean drinking water. So you understand how the dragons may have been able to sustain themselves, at least from water.
Is there any weird shit other than the mind flayer tadpole from 6 tentacles?
Well, continuing, you see a set of 7 candlesticks, each of them bearing a holy symbol of Vistris. They are all alight, and none of them have burned down. You see a spinning wheel for spinning thread. Entirely out of use, though notably ruined.
Is this fabled spindle of a spinning wheel?
You're not sure. It is ruined in Draconic, though notably not sized for standard Draconic.
I have a question. Is it Umpletilskin? I can't see his name.
No,
Damn.
that would have been Fabrins.
Is this the story where they put all of the thread together and they make a giant tissue for the dragon so he can blow his nose?
No.
I read the story once. It's a good story.
Seems like in the grander scheme of things, a more recent enchantment, but not like recent. As far as its strict nature, you can't tell on first glance. First glance? Yes, first glance. There we go.
Okay.
And finally, auspiciously, a very large wheel of cheese. That notably is not rotted, has a number of draconically sized bites out of it, though notably those bites appear to be... You can't tell as it's moving incredibly slowly, but the damage seems to be undoing itself? You're not sure. The cavities in the cheese wheel seem to be getting smaller.
Is this the wheel of never-ending cheese?
Hell yeah!
Now, in terms of the strictly listed
Vinistra
magical
said,
items.
It'll break the cheese tax.
Gonna break the cheese tax.
Feel free to write those down and put those in the Brass Vaults list. And then we'll get into the strictly magical items. One of which may be concerning, but we'll get into that. So now for the strictly magical items. First of all, a scroll of scale rot. The spell scale rot, not the proper ailment and disease, but when afflicted by the spell, you will be afflicted by similar effects. It is on a shelf with two other scrolls, notably a scroll of Blight and a scroll of the spell Dark Star. Megan, are you there?
Vinistra said, Can you repeat that pause?
I'm right here, Joe.
Yes. So, a scroll of scale rot. Scale rot is in the dragon spells. You can go to Megan for the reference there.
Mm-hmm.
It is on a shelf next to two other scrolls, including a scroll of Blight and a scroll of Dark Star.
I want to take Dark Star. Turn around.
Amira is going to be interested too. Cause she can copy said scrolls.
Yeah. Next up, 2 potions of speed, 2 potions of supreme healing.
Mm-hmm.
None of you really bother with horses, but again, this seems to be one of the artifacts probably from its time when it wasn't stuck in armor. Some horseshoes of Zephyr. Really good for getting a horse to say fuck you to difficult terrain.
So if we ever need to go horseback riding, ow, my spine!
Y'all can fly, you're kind of past that.
I still ride my unicorn, Joe.
Oh.
scroll of properly
Maybe
popping
we
your back
enter
and popping
horse
your knee.
racing tournament you don't know.
Yeah, true. An Ioun Stone of Absorption. Notably sitting and trying to spin, but locked in a small cage and just tinging and smacking around against the bars, trying to find something to serve.
Okay.
And then, concerning enough for you, Angel, what looks to be a bandolier of rifle ammunition, all of which have heavy runes carved into the rounds.
What do the runes say, Joe?
What do the runes say?
Essentially, their baseline function, which, mind you, are carved in Draconic. Their baseline function is just raw increase in magical damage for the purpose of piercing magical defenses. This is +3 rifle ammunition.
Okay.
There are 20 of them.
Ninja's gonna pocket.
Vinestra said, "So, do they have die carved on them?"
Yeah, we'll say +1 rifle says hurt, +2 rifle says suffer, and +3 says die. Angel is disinclined toward the use of firearms, but this is about 20 magical bullets.
I'm taking the bullets, Joe.
Did say pocket did.
I did pocket them.
Okay, and then going back to the previous mention of the mundane items. There is the spinning wheel runed toward what purpose? You're not sure. 7 candlesticks marked with icons of Vistris, the goddess of domination. They're still burning and have not burned down. A hogshead or large cask of endless water. A jar with a dead mind flayer tadpole. A kneeling bench for addressing the dragon in question, which apparently is not marked with anywhere from any knees. And an unprepared haiku, because I didn't expect you guys to be going into the horde. You guys left it alone for 2 years.
Sorry.
Also with that, like, the haiku that was originally prepped has been lost to time because file stability. But I digress.
Still have Blue Dragon Horde, but I'm not gonna go through it today.
I mean, we can. It's
Oh my God.
only 12:17 a.m. for you guys in Texas.
No, please. I got super bad.
Are you sure?
I have to sing in the morning, Joe.
We can get into more
I have
number
to-
crunching. Oh, mind you, also, at least as far as the monetary value, you guys did get over 700,000 gold worth of shit from this horde alone,
Ugh.
including just straight up gold. But either way. Oh, and then notably, there is, of course, 1 tied up kobold automata, and then 8 completely disabled ones that are in the horde as well.
Vinestra said, "Query can Vi help her whelpling shift into humanoid form through her own draconic shifting knowledge."
Yeah, easy enough to teach him to do that. Also 3 farmer kobold automata. So 1 damaged. Guard. Kobold.
Hey, I actually do gotta go because I just looked at the time. Or you just told me the time. I need to go get ready for go to bed. So, good night.
Rest well, Amber. All right, and with that, I'd say
Rest well, Amber.
you all are able to get that collected and continue sailing on from that location through the rest of the day uninterrupted.
I would have had so many more baby dragons that I just looked through the stupid hordes.
Wow.
So bad for those kids right now.
Say, 4 days remain in the journey.
But we got the stupid thing off the forest, off the base of the floor, the ocean floor.
Or did we?
We did.
He did.
Did we roll?
Yep.
I did.
Rolls have been made. 4 days remain in your journey unless rolls are made during that journey that slow you. Of course, sometimes it happens, and if it does, you'll have more time to do more horde stuff. But you'll be continuing next session midday on the 25th. So, with that, what do we want to name the session? Because while this was a bit of a number crunchy and stat and loot session, I don't think there was anything wrong with that, and I think people kind of needed that to turn their brains off a little bit.
Boop the Snoot.
You know what? I'm not opposed to that at all.
I'm about to fall asleep.
Session 99, boot the Snoot. It's all good. Now, I unfortunately did recently drink
V is
caffeine, which means
going
right now I'm not
to
tired.
confiscate some of the gems to make kobolds in the pocket dimension.
Hell yeah.
Apologies, Joe, go on.
No, you're all good. We're kind of past the session stuff, but by all means, go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead and, let's see, is there anybody I want to raid right now? Let's see. You know what? Kulastova started doing stream stuff again. Kulastova was one of the people that I'd considered bringing into the campaign when it very first started, and they just weren't really able to because of scheduling and all that, and that's okay. Oh, wait, are they not live? Did Twitch not do update stuff? Or is things bugged out? Let me refresh Twitch. Ah, yes. Twitch was not up to date on who was live when. That's okay. And apparently they're hosting me. Oh, I'm on their suggested channels. That's cool, so I'm seeing a preview of me while I was planning to raid them. Alright, well, we'll go ahead and raid Aki Void. Why not? It's a PNG Tuber D&D game, and they're on session 28 of a campaign called Ends of Time. Campaign 1, I guess, so first time getting into it. 53 followers. Oh, so they're fresh. They're Ziploc fresh, okay. Oh yeah, fuck it, let's raid it. Yeah. I'm making commentary on the people that I'm about to raid, and then I'm putting it into the chat. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Now, thank you guys for being my players. Thank you guys for being patient with me. I mean, everybody kind of had things going on today, and